During Brian Walshe's opening statements, his defense says Brian Walshe simply nudged his wife and she was dead. She had died in their bed. That's the story that they're selling, at least. She dropped dead without any warning, and everything that followed was just a panicked cover-up. Wow.
Welcome to the global phenomenon, Surviving the Survivor. Here's your host, Emmy award-winning journalist, Joel Waldman.
What's up, STS Nation? Welcome to Surviving the Survivor. This is the show that brings you the very best guests in true crime. We are back. Joe Patuto, the professor, with her new YouTube channel, Prof. Joe Explains. She's in the house. She was in the house yesterday. It is day 2 of testimony in the Brian Walshe murder trial. We're picking up live coverage today from yesterday, and Sergeant Harrison Schmidt is expected to continue his testimony. And from what I understand, it wasn't all that interesting yesterday. For those who are not familiar with the case, Ana Walshe vanished the night after New Year's, or right after New Year's, I should say, 2023. Her body has never been found. Her husband, Brian Walshe, now admitting as of about a week ago that he disposed of the remains and lied to detectives, but says he did not murder her. Prosecutors, on the other hand, say he murdered her, dismembered her, and dumped her in multiple trash sites. And they say they can prove it with DNA-soaked items, a hacksaw, a hatchet, surveillance videos, and incriminating Google searches. It's always that trip to Home Depot that dooms everybody. Without further ado, here is Joe Patuto, and here is Brian Walshe, I believe, in court already. There he is. I thought he was speaking to the judge, but here we go.
Hi, everybody.
Can you see what sound session? Turn off your cell phones, please.
Silence cell phones. Joe, real quick, those opening statements, did the defense sell their story?
It's just, it's hard to ask me because I thought it was a silly story. So,
good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning to the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Portis on behalf of Mr. Walshe.
I think he did as best as he could, but
And good morning to the defense counsel and to the defendant. Anything anyone needs to raise with me before we bring the jury in?
Yes, just a few housekeeping matters, Your Honor. We entered 5 stipulated exhibits of banking records. And so I'm prepared if you would like those for your own record keeping, but they are up here. They've been stipulated to, and then
They relate to the stipulation from yesterday regarding banking records or something different?
they relate to yesterday's stipulation.
Okay.
So they've just been marked as the next 5 exhibits.
All right, that's fine.
And then
Where does that put us on the exhibits marked for identification? That is, what's the next one?
The next one for I.
Aye.
These were named as exhibits.
these went as exhibits, Your Honor. So the next exhibit number would be
Thank you for
62.
the clarification. So these 5 went in for as exhibits what through what? 56, 57, 58, 59, and 60?
And 61.
And again, Commonwealth, what are they banking records from where?
So 56 is Apple Credit Union. 57 is Barclays / JetBlue credit card. 58 is Leader Bank. 59 is JP Morgan Chase.
Hold on.
Certainly.
you're going to like this judge, Joel.
Yeah, she seems like she's got an excellent command of the courtroom.
Oh, boy, does she ever.
60 is Liberty Bay Credit Union.
How did Brian look yesterday? Did he look like he was believing
He
the
had
story?
rosary beads wrapped around his right hand the
We
whole
start on
day.
62 for today,
Yes, Your Honor.
and I for identification today is our starting point. Okay.
Not that there's
And
anything
Your
wrong
Honor,
with
after
that.
this interview is finished playing, which is about another 30 minutes, I would ask that the court read in stipulation that's been marked D regarding the Richard Walker email.
All right. Can I have that from either the clerk or the
And
court?
they were
D5.
black, so you couldn't miss them. But otherwise, he was fairly it looked like he looks right now, pretty much the whole day.
And I know we're talking right now, people get annoyed by, but they're really not talking about anything. The minute they talk about something,
Anything else from Commonwealth?
we will
Nothing
stop.
further, Your
But
Honor.
From the defense, anything this morning before we bring the jury in?
Just briefly at sidebar, Your Honor.
Sure.
Okay. The judge protects the record better than any judge I've heard, and I've heard some really, really good judges. She is really on top of everything. She's really a pleasure so far to listen to and watch.
Yeah, that's the impression I got just from some of these pretrial
Yeah,
hearings.
yeah.
Someone asked the right here, ain't no hollow back, right back in it for us. Don't know how the defense attorney could present such a ridiculous scenario straight face. This audio, by the way, is being muted by the court, not us right now. Sometimes they just want the audio redacted, but how do you answer a question like this, Joe? This is their job, I guess. And I
It
think,
is their job. And, if that's the defense you're presenting, then you've got to, if not believe in it yourself, at least convey belief. But I kind of agree with the person who just said that. It's a hard defense to sell, I think. Although I heard a couple of people last night think that it's going to be a hard prosecution case because of this defense, and I don't see it. I think they would have been better off saying it was manslaughter because of all the cover up and what he did than to say she died of natural causes in the bed and he had, I don't know, a brain fit and decided what he needed to do was, dismember her and then, dispose
yeah.
of.
I mean, they always tell, the prosecutors always tell jurors to use common sense. It's a 39-year-old woman and perfect as far as we know. I mean, do things happen occasionally? Yes. But, by the way, there's not going to be an autopsy, obviously, or anything along those lines, Joe. I mean, that's going to help the defense for them to say, well, there was no brain aneurysm, right? They're not going to be able to definitively prove that something like that didn't happen, but collectively it's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, well, and the prosecutor has, I'm sure is going to say the reason why there's no autopsy is because he disposed of the body, and he knew
Right.
where he disposed of the body, and so far he hasn't said. Not that it would help now. Yeah, it's a really interesting because he also the opening yesterday said they were getting along very well. They've got some texts or emails from her suggesting she wanted to stay in the marriage, and so the what they're projecting is happy marriage. We're all getting along. If that's the case, why, when he supposedly finds her dead in bed, is his reaction, they're going to blame it on me, and I better, chop her up and get rid of everything? And the reaction doesn't make any sense at all in the first place. It really doesn't make any sense when he's saying the marriage was fine.
Yeah. And by the way, yeah, this is the comment right here. You don't really need much more of a comment than this to see that. I don't see any way that any juror finds him not guilty. Who dismembers their wife? If they didn't kill her, you call 911 and have a proper burial for her. I guess because they were having marital issues now, according to him, not having marital issues, he didn't want to be, quote unquote, framed for the marriage. I don't think the trip to, I believe it was Home Depot that they all take is going to help him either.
Yeah.
But also, why wouldn't he reveal where this body is? Am I missing something there? If this was all purely an accident, wouldn't
Yeah.
he want her?
I don't know why he's not doing it now. I'm not a physician, but I can't imagine that there would be much now that a medical examiner would be able to find to determine cause of death or what happened. So I don't know why he hasn't said. But the whole defense is peculiar to me. Maybe it'll make more sense when they actually present it.
Now Abby Crossing here with a political, not political, just a hypothetical here, but they found her COVID-19 vaccination card. Could they find a Boston juror to think that the Pope killed her? Possible. I mean,
and that's why he's using his rosary beads. It doesn't seem very consistent.
I mean, honestly, that's about as good as we're gonna get, I guess. Abby, maybe you should go into criminal defense. Annalee Finch in here. Thank you for watching us cover this trial. And we're gonna get cracking here, I think, in a second. What do you think of this guy Larry Tipton, the criminal defense attorney? Was he at all convincing with what he had? I mean, I know the story is crazy, but how was his presentation?
I think he did a pretty good job. He's got a style that it slightly doesn't resonate with me, and I don't know quite why. But I think he did a pretty good job, and I think he looked as though he connected with the jury. The prosecutor's a little stiff, but on the prosecution side, that often works, and it looked like he was connecting also. But these long interviews with no editing, and I heard him say there's another half hour of one of them.
Was this a police interview? What were we?
It was 2 interviews with Walsh, and they just played them, from
Straight.
start to finish. And there were a lot in the interviews that had nothing to do with anything, so far as I could tell. One of them had the 3 kids running around yelling in the background. It was hard enough to hear to begin with. So someday I'd hope the prosecutor explains why he did it, because I couldn't figure out a reason for.
Yeah. By the way, the betting odds are that he's going to testify to try to explain this story.
Yeah,
Do you think he will?
Absolutely. I don't know who else is going to tell the story.
All right, the jurors are coming in, everyone. Day 2, Brian Walshe on trial for the murder of his wife, Ana Walshe, 39 at the time she was killed. The kids were 2, 4, or went missing. The kids were 2, 4, and 6.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear. All persons having to do with the Honorable Justice, now in front of the Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, brought near, give your attendance and you shall be heard. Let's have the call of Massachusetts in this honorable court. Please be seated. Please turn off your cell phone.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. We had a good night. Jurors will start today, as I promised, with the 4 questions. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case?
She said she wanted them all to nod and then all to orally say no.
Wow.
Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case?
And that's what she's doing. She's looking at all the jurors now.
Have you stayed away from all social media and or news media? And you all still have open minds? With those 4 questions all answered by in the affirmative by all 16 jurors, we're ready to begin today's work. Witness may be called to the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth will recall Harrison Schmidt.
This is law enforcement for Cohasset, Massachusetts, where the crime took place.
And he's the lead investigator.
Lead investigator.
And sir, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday, we stopped an interview from January 7th at approximately 1 hour and 2 minutes and 35 seconds in. At this point in time, Your Honor, I'd ask to finish that recording.
You may.
Ms. Gilman?
More than that, so.
With the improvement on the break.
Ms. Gilman, could you make it a little louder?
When was her scheduled flight back?
Tuesday morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know what's
Let me
going
off
on.
because I want to-
Yes, that was the understanding.
Okay. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, you said on Friday, the 30th, when she landed, she told you that she had a work issue, she had to go back.
She was alluding to things being very busy with stuff on Friday. And I remember her being tired.
Did she book a return flight earlier? Did she change the reservation? Did she book a new one?
I don't see, here's the thing. She sent me the flight coming to Boston, but she never sent me the return flight. All I know is that she told me she had a return flight on the 3rd, everything was just the way it was. And then she moved the schedule up 2 days, which is not the first time she's done that. I mean, it is, the whole thing was a bit, I know it was odd, but considering the last couple months, it wasn't so much that I was like, hey, wait, what's happening? Whereas, when I was talking to Jen was like, well, this seems insane. And I was like, well, Jen, these are the things that I've been dealing with over the last couple months. So it wasn't something that I would be like, well, raise an eyebrow to. It was like, all right, all it did was further confirm that, I got to get to DC kids. We got to work this out. It's it's too much stress on the whole family, and that was the main thing. I don't know. I just wanted to be together all the time.
So did Ana ever tell you when the return flight was booked? Aside from the Tuesday flight.
Say again?
In other words, did she tell you which flight she was booked on the 3rd?
No, but she always took the first or second flight out, and she had said she had already booked flights for January. But we were supposed to talk about that. And then she did say she was changing a flight, but not this flight. She was changing a flight for Martin Luther King Day. So I don't know if she did that or if she didn't, but she was talking about changing that flight. That she was going to come in Thursday night, stay Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and leave Tuesday. And maybe try to leave, maybe say an extra day. So she was offering 4 or 5 days. Which is again, was normal when she said I would take Thanksgiving, like 2 weeks for Thanksgiving, but I would stay for 5 days when I come back. And she only stayed for 1 day. And then she was always like, I don't have more time. And it seemed like she was having less and less time.
On New Year's Eve with Jem,
yes.
Was Jem aware that she had to leave in the morning?
No.
Why do you think that is?
What? I don't know. I mean, Jem, we were probably because we just wanted to. Most likely just to enjoy the time with Jem. He was only here for 4.5 hours or so, and we hadn't seen him in person.
Were you aware that she was leaving the next day?
No, I wasn't. I was aware that she was probably leaving early. Again, the assumption or story that in my head was that she was leaving on Monday.
So she was originally planned to leave on Tuesday. You were on the assumption by her leaving early, you would be Monday.
Yeah, I had no information otherwise, but I was definitely surprised. Like, I gotta go.
Okay. So, what were your plans with on New Year's Day?
Yeah, so it was going to be the same stuff. The only difference is that she might have come up with me to see my mother possibly, or we would have, or the whole family would have done something like my, up in Swampscott or somewhere nearby. Because I said I had time, and I didn't have to drop my mother off, so we can go see her and get her what she needs, and maybe we could do some stuff. So I was excited about that. No. But I didn't bring it up, but she was troubled by whatever happened with Adela. She says, can't be my friend. This is 30 minutes before New Year's. And she brought it up, she did bring it up with Jen at the time before.
Okay.
You said you couldn't be a friend?
He texted on New Year's Eve saying friendship is over or something to that effect, right?
Yeah.
What did he say?
What did Ana say?
She said, I'm sorry, I appreciate, give a leadership sort of answer, like, I accept, what you're saying. And then he called to leave a message. And then I remember her saying, I'm not going to listen to this. That's actually when she put her phone upstairs shortly after. I think she understood it. I think he was saying that you're not touching and seeing me for the holiday season. You're in town, not seeing me in person, often enough. That's not acceptable. I'm here to, support you, take care of you, or whatever it is. So, it was just a bit. I mean, it's not the relationship. I guess she thought that they were having. He's married to the child, by the way, and they've known each other for 10 years. So just to give you some background.
Do you know how they met?
Yeah, they worked at the Willard Intercontinental together back in 2012.
That she went and put her phone upstairs after that?
After that, she, let's say it was 12, 10 or 15, and then she, I remember her putting her phone upstairs because she came back down without it.
Was, Thomas came down at one point and hung out with you?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Was this before, during, or after Thomas was participating as well?
Oh, yeah, Thomas went to bed, like he went to bed, and then he came over at like 9 or 10 or something. I think Anna took a bunch of photos. Jem and I don't have any because she didn't send them to us yet. But I think she sent one to Real Fasto. So that was when, that's when the photo was taken about. So it was maybe 10 o'clock or something like that.
You know where upstairs she put her phone at that point?
Yeah, on a bedstand.
In your room?
Yeah, or my room now.
The one with the ceiling tile on it?
Yeah. No, yeah, not in the ceiling tile drawer, on top, yeah.
Makes sense.
But she didn't seem disturbed by that, which was odd. And she did bring it up, she brought it up to me and Jem at the time. So, I mean, that was something not normal, but.
Yeah, you kind of cut us off.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem. You said that the plan for New Year's Day was to take Anna and the kids up to.
Maybe, yeah, that was.
Did you actually have a plan?
No, we didn't have a full-fledged plan at the time, but we had options and stuff. So.
Joe, are these audio interviews? That why we're not seeing
No,
them?
Danny was going to come over anyways, because I was going to go. I set everything up in advance because I was going to have to go take my mother. So I wanted the nanny there. I didn't know what it was going to look like and what I was going to want to do and things like that. So
At least I'm assuming that.
I was going to see my mother. I was going to take the kids somewhere. And we were going to meet up later. But because I have so little time outside of the house, when I do try to take most of it as a family, get everything done, I would say we would do.
You mentioned having options on New Year's.
Yeah, because I had the time to go see my mother, so I was like, we'd go up and we wanted to do something, with her, with the family. We had those options were available to us, which like today maybe not, right? Because I don't have any time.
You guys had an argument after she said she.
No, we didn't have an argument. I was taking my surprise. Not to be crude, but I was in the bathroom, and she came by and said, I have to go to sleep. And I was like, well, hold on. And she's like, I have to get up early, Brian. I have to go tomorrow. And I was like, oh, I wasn't expecting that. And then she said, I said I have to leave early. I said, I didn't know it was going to be like that early. So, but I did have an argument with her for the Thanksgiving and the Christmas Eve. So I wasn't going to make the same 3 times. I was like, okay. And then she immediately backed it up with like, hey, I'm going to come 4 or 5 days and for Martin Luther King Day, because we were making a new schedule for January and February. I said coming every week is really not good. Is there any way that you could come every other week for more time? So we were working on that when she arrived Friday and Saturday.
If the kids took her phone and they didn't honor, how would she contact someone for it?
If the kids took her phone and hid it, how would she contact someone for a ride? She wouldn't leave I don't think she would leave the house without the phone. But let's say that I'm wrong about that. So sure, she would use my phone, right? But she put the list on here. I guess she would download Uber and get it. But I know where my phone was, and we didn't have this phone at the time. So there were phones in the house.
Did you use any iPads potentially?
Oh, there you go. She probably wouldn't be able to use the iPad to do it. I would not, but she would know. The only thing I saw was one phone, one and her laptop. That other iPad that I'm telling you about should be at the DC. She did have a laptop with her, but she programmed all of these.
How did Thomas get this one?
When my mother brought it on I forget when we got the phone, because we had to get the phone and, or my mother had it and she was bringing it with the watch and everything. So it probably came here on she probably brought it on the second or something. Everything came on the second.
When you didn't have your phone, when you sent those emails, those 3 emails.
Yeah.
Who were they to again?
So Zach and Daniel, my business partners at Let's, my wife and my mother.
How did you send those emails?
My laptop.
I asked you, did you do anything to hurt your wife?
No, I would never do that.
We don't have arguments with one another, spouses, et cetera. Has that ever escalated to a physical confrontation?
No, sir, no. My wife and I got along very, very well. Hey, the only stress we were having was going together. It's really, I bothered Tracy about it for months. The family doesn't work without my wife. Never hurt my wife. I mean, I loved her, and what would it think? I think about my kids too. She's a wonderful mother on top of being a wonderful wife. I mean, to take that away from that, I mean, I just couldn't even imagine something like that. That's just not. You never do anything to hurt my wife. I wanted to spend the rest of my life with my wife. I'm still going to, and you know, we were apart because of the job and my other problems.
Her leaving very early, made me angry.
No, I wasn't angry. I was sad. I got angry about Thanksgiving, and then you know, I realized I was just sad that we're not spending a lot of time together. And she was sad about it too. And it was exhausting for both of us. It was she was away from the boys. I was always dealing with the boys. But my wife and I were a very good team. We agreed on almost everything. We agreed on I have to get to DC. Just didn't feel like we were the authors of our own lives. So that's why she wrote that on the thing. We have to be the authors of our own lives to make this happen, Brian. We're always working together.
In your mind, where do you think she is right now?
You know, I like a lot of people have said maybe she's at a spa, you know, and she was under a lot of pressure. Doesn't really track with my wife. She loved her job and she loved her family, so she would always be focused on that. I mean, you know, maybe the country house like in Bella in Serbia, but I have no idea. I can't imagine. I'm having a hard time imagining.
Does she have any other identification?
She's got a Serbian passport or Serbian international identification cards, one with NIP. I haven't seen her use them recently. I don't even know if the date is on them or the proper date.
Other than Serbia, any other ties internationally that you should visit, or family or good friends?
She's a language expert. She spent time in college in France, which she speaks perfect French. But she has a family, or she has a friend there. I don't know if she's still there, Julianne. But other than that would be it. And then you have DC and Boston. I mean, sisters in Canada, sure. They're asking for a broader.
Those are not STS dogs. and
But you have international flights. Was she scheduled? It appeared in the newspaper. Not that I ever believe the newspaper, which is why I'm asking you guys. It appeared in the newspaper that she did have reservations go back to DC on January 3rd.
That makes sense, yeah.
I'm just asking if that's confirmed.
That's our understanding.
Do you know what time?
So that's how it is.
That's definitely one, but yeah, always.
And that she never changed that.
To our knowledge, it's not canceled.
There's a chatter between JetBlue and her over the last few months. Because when she doesn't call, she does something, they do it online, in online messaging.
Oh, they should probably go to the JetBlue site.
Yeah, they have a chat, yeah. So that's, so she could be doing that and feeding kids or something like that. But a lot of times she would talk to them and it wouldn't work out, and then she would take a break and then come back.
Live chat.
Yeah, so sometimes, I mean, I don't know if it could be like, they're like, we'll just come in, change at the counter, or they're like, I can't do this. And she was always asking for, she had gotten a good status, especially with cards, so I don't know what her deal was, but it's possible that, because she said, when I have this, they can make changes at the counter, upgrades at the counter, different, so, yeah, she never called.
What about like brunch reservations or any brunch plans on New Year's? That's a popular thing.
Not that I know, but Ana was talking about making some, so I don't know if she did it or not. Like, I haven't checked, I haven't looked for anything on Open Table or Resi or anything like that. I could take a look.
Then,
Because last year we went the whole family, we did go to brunch. So that is a very normal thing to do.
So normally it's like a bigger
Yeah,
scheduled plan for New Year's.
right, but I mean, this year, things were up in the air.
So, a lot of time outside of the house on New Year's Day. When did you put that request in? Was it a normal Thursday request?
Yeah. No, always Thursday.
Okay.
And the request was from 3 to 9?
3 to 9,
So there wouldn't have been brunch.
No, yeah, we wouldn't have a brunch, but it was good.
Would she have gone to brunch without you?
No, well, short of left, no.
I mean, if she were going home on January 3rd, would she have gone out to brunch with other friends or anything?
No way, no. The only time when she was here that she saw someone without me was Rima. And I was only twice, she did that twice, that's the only, everything else we would do together or people would come to the house. The time together is very important for us.
Folks friends in the area that,
Peter Kirby,
do you think we should speak to as far as that new Anna well, that she was close with the past?
Peter Kirby, they went to the same leadership school together 3 years ago. And he lives with his wife and John Marshall. They've been calling for support. Jim Mutlu, who was here, obviously, family friend, and someone who was, obviously loves Anna very much. Rima Ferrer, she was Anna's mentor, and they were very good friends. Those would be the main ones that I would think of.
He is slipping into the past tense occasionally here. He said, I wanted to spend the rest of my life. And he goes, I still want to.
Right. A lot of the people in your chat yesterday mentioned that.
Yeah.
I might have it here. That's helpful. Yeah, we need to get back on. But I think she sent it to me. What was it? Could this be it?
you obviously have the ability to get your own credit card statements. You want to pull those and then, for the past week, and that'll help us travel and stop and stuff like that.
Yeah, just check the Chase Freedom. That's the one that I use. Like, I don't use the Capital. The Capital one has been out of commission. It was only in commission for a month or so. Do you have access to the Chase Freedom or?
We gotta jump through a lot of hoops.
Yeah, absolutely. Good. But how much of the Chase Freedom would you like?
Very first.
Oh, okay, so just. Okay.
We'll give you all December. We'll give you all, we're not gonna.
That's.
Easier just to pick on a month.
Whatever the last month's statement is, I'm not sure if it's, you know how it is, some of them start December 10th.
Thanks, Tippy Toes.
Yeah, so will I. But I don't think they do it.
I'm still not.
I have dealt with Anna, that's everything online.
Yeah.
Anna's cousin, the one with the
Milan?
land dispute conservator.
Milan, yeah.
Milan, I was going to ask his name.
Yeah.
Last name?
Lubicic.
Has he ever contacted you?
No. Yeah, I think he does speak English though.
So you said there was a conflict. Is that?
Yeah, there's a terrible conflict. If you speak to Alexandra, she'll know more about it. But since I've known Anna, basically what happened 2 generations ago in Serbia, in Belgrade, Anna's father's mother, sort of grandmother, bought a piece of land with her sister or something, and then they had kids, and there's been a land dispute over it because now it's worth a lot of money, and you can build a large building there. And that building, that kind of money in Serbia, change your life. I mean, it's like winning the lottery here. And then they've been fighting over it for many, many years, 20 years. They thought they were going to resolve it in 2017. Then things didn't work out. Things went back and forth. And then just this Thanksgiving, they, the deal. So they had a deal that it took 15 years to put together. 5 years later, they couldn't perform. They're not split.
Aside from that, and the is there any, business conflicts with properties or with this new job? Is there anybody that would be upset with that?
Yeah, people ask me that same question. I can't think of anyone that would be upset with Anna. Everyone loves Anna. She's wonderful. So, if you see all the texts and emails coming, like, what can we do? Love Anna. I can't think of I can't think of anything like that. Honestly, that would be upgraded to anything like this, especially.
Whether it's her fault or not, like any issues at work that comes up that somebody would be slighted?
Not that I know. I mean, the only people I know are the people that she was working with, and she had a very good working relationship with everybody. No, again, it would be very hard to. No, I wouldn't have a name to give you for that.
Okay. What about you? Any previous business partners, any current partners, anybody that would be upset with you that would want to try and hurt you in some way?
Well, I mean, we love the guy in LA.
Oh, but there's a civil lawsuit.
Yeah. Well.
A civil lawsuit is not the same as wanting to hurt you.
Okay.
There's a civil lawsuit in California. I don't think that reads any.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand somebody suing you.
Yeah.
But Anna too.
Trying to hurt your wife is different. Yeah.
Right, but they're suing Anna as well, and he called Anna during the thing. So I mean, that's the one. That's one person. But I mean, I don't think so either. But that.
We have the name just to.
Yeah. What is it? With
the gallery.
Gallery thing. But he had Ron Rivlin. Yeah. But he did call. He called Anna, and he brought her into the case.
What did he say you were called?
Well, he sent her threatening email, Facebook text at one point. You stole from me. I know the police and the FBI. I'm coming to get you. Things like that. But that was, 6 years ago. And we had, other than, when I was arrested, he tried to contact her via Facebook or something, 2018, but, we haven't heard from him since.
What was the 18 contact?
2018, I think it was just, he was trying to friend her or something like that.
Criminal stuff started.
That's right, when the criminal stuff started, yeah. But that would be someone who, certainly I have a different situation. So, him and, I mean, there's Jung and Lee in Korea, but highly unlikely. I mean, he's he's some billionaire. I don't think he would.
What in Korea?
His name is Jung Lee.
It's another person involved in it. They're getting restitution and everything.
Also,
The guy is-
Jung could care less, yeah.
I don't think anything of that would rise to that.
Yeah, saying that or do we.
And besides, they would be pissed at him, not.
Yeah.
This dude is way too calm for a missing wife.
Chung Lee is harmless. And what was the other name you said?
Or the other person who Arno, who's in Paris. He's a art dealer.
Were they all partners in there?
No, it's all a separate situation.
So why separate incidents, like aside from?
Yeah, well, they're similar
They're
separate.
separate incidents, and honestly, I don't think anything about his criminal case would have anything to do with this.
I don't either, but I still want to.
But those are the names of the players. And Ron was the one who did have contact with my wife, and did serve my wife at work.
Okay, but if people have a problem with you or your wife,
Right.
I understand that. Some of those people are very have any involvement in this.
Well, definitely Korea and France are pretty. I mean, and he's the other guy's in LA, so.
If anyone contacts you or some about it,
We're,
in any like context, really.
We will give you any information that we get.
What was that, a truck was here last night? With, State Place, was that a visitor or? What time did he arrive?
Adele, yeah, he was late. Yeah, I called you late, so you must have not.
And how long was he here?
10 minutes, 15 minutes. But my mother's saying it was 30. I was trying to.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I was trying to usher him out quickly. But at one point, he brought James Ryan, who was one of Anna's mentors 10 years ago, who I haven't seen in a decade, which was weird. And then I was speaking to James, but he went over and spoke to the kids to Zach, the kids from, but.
I'm hearing a lot, I'm talking with Anna's friends and
Thank you, Lisa.
what exactly is going on with this group that we got here? What's part?
Yeah, so how to explain, it's something called Boston Breakthrough Academy, and it was it was a leadership training program. We formed pretty close relationships there, and we, as I said, that we raised a lot of money through our community service projects, each for Loving Spoonfuls, Torch Foundation, things like that. So we've stayed connected. It was more than 3 years ago. I guess I started this month 3 years ago, and Anna graduated in February 3 years ago, so 2020. Well, it's a 4 or 5 month program, and then you get a graduation. And he says that you've graduated or have a certificate of your of work. So
okay,
it's not accredited, to be clear.
Okay. Is Adele is a member of that?
He is not, no.
Thank you, Jerry.
But
Gabby Ryan.
James Ryan, no.
I thought it said.
A mentor from her when she was young at work, yeah.
Okay.
And I had a good, someone that she considered. They, I guess they had spent time together, 4 or 5 months ago as well.
When was the last time I went to that leadership group that you mentioned?
Oh, yeah, it was 3 years ago now.
The last time she was
Part of it, yeah, but we stay in touch.
Okay. All right.
But, Jen, Melissa, and Peter Kirby, all of them have gone through that training. But if you have any other questions, please. Anything from the pool today? No. Very, very cool.
Okay. It is, 15:36. Sure.
Your Honor,
Yes.
could the Commonwealth request that identification D is read into the record?
Sure. So, George, from time to time, I will read you what are stipulations. They're simply agreements between the parties. I sometimes say they're facts you can take to the bank if the parties agree to them. I'm going to read such a stipulation now, marked for identification as Exhibit D for ID. At 5:18 a.m. on Saturday, January 7th, 2023, Cohasset Police Detective Harrison Schmidt received an email from Richard Walker 9984 @gmail.com, which stated, "We have the so named Ana Walshe with us here. We had a deal worth $127,000. She messed up. We have her here with us, and if she doesn't pay the money, then she'll never be back. And we know that the police and the FBI are involved. Good luck finding us." Detective Schmidt received a second email from Richard Walker 9984 @gmail.com, which stated, "Here is Ana Walshe. Unless she pay the money we deal, she isn't coming back. Comma. Thanks and good luck." The second email had an image of a woman who was not Ana Walshe, and using an image search, police found the image on iStockPhoto.com under, quote, "kidnapped stock photos," end quote. On January 7th, 2023, police obtained a search warrant for data associated with the account Richard Walker 9984 @gmail.com. The search warrant was sent to Google, and investigators learned that the Internet Protocol address, the IP address, with the Richard Walker 9984 email account geolocated to Nigeria, and no IP addresses located in the United States were associated with the account that sent the Richard Walker 9984 @gmail.com email. The Commonwealth is not alleging that Brian Walshe sent the Richard Walker 9984 @gmail.com email.
Well, what are the chances of that? A fake ransom from Nigeria.
So, Sergeant, a couple questions about that interview. There's mention of an application Viber. Could you tell us what that is, if you know?
It's a messaging application.
And there's also mentioning of WhatsApp. Do you understand what that is?
Yes, that's also a communication app.
There was mentioning of a person named Abdullah. Do you know his name?
Yes, Dula Al-Matari.
And what is his relationship to Ana Walshe?
A previous coworker from the hospitality industry.
There was also mention of Peter Kirby. What is his relationship to the Walshes?
A family friend.
During the interview, a dog can be heard barking. Where was the dog located in the home?
In the crates in that sunken-in family room.
And you had the opportunity to be at the home a few times between the 4th and the 7th. What issues did you ever have with the dog?
None.
There was also mention of the pool today. What was going on at the pool that day?
During that wide-scale search, we had drained the pool to get a better look at it.
Now, after January 6th, when the Cohasset Police Department had a press conference, what happened to your voicemail and email?
I was inundated with messages and tips from the public.
Why is it that your voicemail and email were inundated?
I was the point of contact for any information, so my department email and phone were listed and disseminated to the news and social media.
And was Richard Walker email one of those things that came into you after that press conference?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, could we have what was marked yesterday as Exhibit 44? Sir, do you recognize Exhibit 44?
Yes.
And where is this in relation to the house?
If you're standing in the backyard with the house to your rear, you'd be looking at like the back right corner of the fenced-in portion of the yard. That's the shed.
What's on the other side of the fence?
Neighboring house.
Now, you and Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 47 from yesterday? Sir, do you recognize this?
Yes.
This is the what you said was the missing poster you created?
Correct.
Now, what information? Where did you get the information to create this poster?
I made this on Thursday, so I had the information from the patrol report, the NCIC missing persons form, and the information from the first interview with the defendant.
Thank you. If you could take that down, Ms. Gilman. And when you were speaking to the defendant, what did you learn as far as Ana Walshe's maiden name or prior names?
There was a previous name of a Nip, K-N-I-P-P, and a maiden name of Lubitschek.
Now, after that interview on the 7th, what did you do next as far as your investigation?
We continued to reach out to friends and family, gather more background information.
And on the 8th, what did you do in the morning?
We briefed at Cohasset Police Station a plan to execute a search warrant.
And where were you going to execute the search warrant?
516 CJC Highway.
What time did you have the opportunity to execute the search warrant?
Around 9 a.m.
And so when you executed the search warrant, who was with you?
Myself, I believe Chief Quigley, the day shift for patrol, the state police detectives, crime scene. I believe that was it.
And who was at the house when you executed the search warrant?
The defendant and his children, and Diana Walsh, the mother.
And what did you do with those people in order to execute the search warrant?
We had reached out to Attorney Minor, and she came to the scene, and they all left with Attorney Minor.
Now, did you ever have the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh again on January 8th of 2023?
Yes.
Where did that conversation take place?
Attorney Minor's residence in Situate.
And who was present for that conversation?
Attorney Minor, myself, Trooper DeChico, Trooper Proctor, the defendant, and his children were in the other room.
And have you had the opportunity to review a recording of that?
Yes.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the defendant's statements in that interview?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth proceed to have this marked as the next exhibit, which today I believe is 62.
Any additional objections beyond the ones I previously heard?
No, Your Honor.
The 1/8/23 audio will be marked and is now in evidence as Exhibit 62. And for the record, for those of you keeping track over there, the jump is as a result of the following. The parties agreed to, and when I had indicated to counsel, now will indicate to you on the record, certain financial records the parties agreed to have been admitted into evidence, and those records are now in evidence as exhibits 56, 61. They comprised records from Apple Credit Union, Barclays JetBlue Credit Card, Leader Bank, JP Morgan Chase, Liberty Bank, Bay Credit Union, and Fidelity Records. So,
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth play Exhibit 62?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman?
11:13 on Sunday, the 8th, 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm the detective at Cohasset Police.
Trooper Michael Proctor,
Uh-oh.
his office.
David Chico, Cooper, from his office.
Recognize the name?
Yeah.
Brian.
So we're here at I think 244 Gannett Road in Situate. Did you say the time?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. So yes, the last time we spoke was yesterday, and I think we asked you to give us a good account of where you went when you left your house on the 1st, and you told us that you'd gone to visit your mom, went out, ran a few errands for Whole Foods, CVS, and thank you, ma'am. You told us that the Whole Foods was across from the house, and your mom lived in Paradise Lane, and the CVS was in Danvers. Where, which CVS in Danvers was it?
No, sorry, maybe it's like, by the nail salon that, on a nice years ago.
What road would that be on?
By Catherine View, coffee shop.
Catherine View. Okay. And what did you purchase there?
It's probably the alcoholic wipes or the other wipes, whatever it's called. I forget what it's called.
Okay, and the method of payment?
Cash. Okay.
And the time that you would have been there?
7?
7 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was looking for how to show up.
Okay.
Because
Well, we know that you got back to Cohasset by 8.
After 11:30, yes.
It's not an exact science, but like a general approximation.
Before 7, most likely. It was dark out, so we're like.
Was it dark when you got there?
Yeah.
It was. You think it was 6:30?
I don't.
Okay.
So
So
I could have been at 6:30.
did you go anywhere else other than that CVS in Danvers?
That was the whole place that night. And the whole food.
And you went there,
Okay. Yeah. I was like, going to the Waldman. Anytime I go, my mother asks me to get tough call. That would be.
and on the 2nd, the only place you went was the press. On the 2nd. May I have a look at that? Check, shows the press. eBay.
Big purchase.
Okay. Thank you for getting that together for me. Okay. So obviously there's a lot of electronic devices in your house. You've been kind enough to consent to downloading several of them. One of them being the iPad mini that's Thomas's. Is that right? Now on the previously you told us that Thomas had gotten up on New Year's Eve, spent some time with you, Jam and Ana, and then you've gone to bed, right? And that was what, like 10, 10:30, is that correct?
Around there.
Around there.
You can buy a photo that was sent by Anna. We give it more exact time.
Do you use any other devices in the house?
I use my phone, and Anna and I only use our phones and the. I don't use everything, but I only use the gold laptop.
The gold laptop? Is that an Apple or?
Everything we have there is Apple except Anna's computer was not Apple.
So again, we downloaded the iPad mini, and you've been fairly consistent in your story, your account in the morning. You said that Ana gave you a kiss at 6:30 in the morning. Is that right? You stated that, and then where you went to make breakfast.
That's correct.
Right. So how do you explain at about 4:54 in the morning the iPad mini is querying the 10 best ways to dispose of your body?
54
in the morning.
I don't, I have no idea.
Thomas is asleep. And.
Well, Thomas is in his room with the iPad. Thomas is usually, I mean, I don't use that iPad, so that's really weird.
He's sick, right?
Yeah. He does not have the.
Is he the average intelligence for a 6-year-old?
Oh, no, it's so. Yeah.
Okay, but 6-year-olds typically, I mean, I have a 4-year-old who's, as hard, he can't spell his last name.
No,
6 is obviously way more advanced. If you have a 6-year-old who, you know, errors, there's no.
Obviously not.
Okay. There is dozens of searches and that iPad on the morning of the 1st that ask how to dispose of the human body, how to get blood out of hardwood floors, how to dispose of the body in the trash, how to stop the body from decomposing, and how do you explain that?
I have no idea.
So you're not using that iPad?
No, that's, I mean, only to get it for his speaking meetings.
Okay. On 11/6, right?
That's what I believe, yeah.
So throughout the afternoon on the 1st, when I was gone, the device continues to query how to get blood stains, does blood remove, does the dishwasher remove blood from a knife, so on and so forth.
These queries continue on, June 2nd, 3rd. Let's this number of body, of that nature.
It is 11:21, still January 8th, 2023. Pretty enough important.
Sergeant, after that interview was over, what did you do?
We went back to the Cohasset Police Station.
If you could keep your voice up, sir.
Sorry. We went back to the Cohasset Police Station.
And did you ever have the opportunity to see Mr. Walsh again that day?
Yes,
About what time?
about 4 p.m.
And where was that?
at Attorney Minor's residence in Situate.
And what did you do with him at that point in time?
I placed the defendant under arrest.
Now, where was the defendant taken after you placed him under arrest?
The Cohasset Police Station.
And did you ever have the opportunity to see his hands on January 8th and January 9th?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 48, which is file number 7697.
That's one of the previously admitted exhibits from yesterday morning, yes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may publish it.
But the camera's not letting us see.
No.
Sergeant, what is this?
That is a picture of the defendant's thumb.
And if the Commonwealth could publish Exhibit 49, which is file number 7701, also previously marked from yesterday, Your Honor. And Sergeant, what is this?
That is the picture of the defendant's thumb, and you can see the blue tile from the booking room floor in the background.
Ms. Kilman, if you could take that down. Now, Sergeant, what did you do on January 9th in this matter?
I went to 300 Forest Street in Peabody.
And about what time did you get to 300 Forest Street in Peabody?
Around dusk.
And why were you there?
We had collected 2 dumpsters from the apartment complex at 330 Paradise Road. Those were transported to a transfer, like a trash transfer station in Peabody for examination.
And so what were you doing? Well, so when you got to Peabody, about what time was it?
I was right around the beginning of dark.
And who was there?
Myself, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Lieutenant Tully, members of the CERT team, and other troopers.
And Lieutenant Tully, he's with the state police and opposed to Detective Lieutenant Lopes with Cohasset.
Correct.
Okay. And so what were these state troopers doing? Not Lieutenant Tully, but the other ones you just mentioned.
It's a big warehouse with trash lining on the walls. We had dumped the contents of the dumpsters in the warehouse, and we began searching the bags, bag by bag.
And why were you doing, so what would you do with the bags when you searched them bag by bag?
The contents of the bags were opened. It was spread out on the ground. We'd look at the contents, see if it was important. If it was, those were moved to like a tarp or plastic or paper sheeting where they could be documented, photographed, collected as evidence.
If the Commonwealth could publish Exhibit 50 from yesterday, Your Honor, which would be file number HAS 7025.
You may.
Sir, directing your attention, what is this?
This is plastic sheeting.
And can you see yourself in this photograph at all?
I can see my feet.
Where are your feet located?
At the top of the frame.
And if you could just tell us like what you're wearing for footwear?
Brown leather boots and gray pants.
And if the Commonwealth could have Exhibit 51, which is file number 6810. So, Sergeant, what are we looking at here as far as the process that you were describing?
So this is right when one of the bags was opened for examination. The contents was dumped out so we could look at it.
And if we could go to Exhibit 52, which is file 6867. Now, what are we looking at here in relation to the previous photograph?
Those are the contents moved to like tarp and plastic and paper sheeting so they could be further examined.
And the boots, do you know what brand those are?
Hunter boots.
And Ms. Gilman, is it possible to zoom in on the white piece of paper underneath the purse? Sergeant, did you see that white piece of paper that night?
I did.
What was that?
That's a COVID-19 vaccination card with the name Ana Walshe on it.
If you could close out of that. Now, Sergeant, did you ever have the opportunity to review financial records in this matter?
Yes.
And you said that you'd been working on that during your investigation, but you've also looked at them since then. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Okay. At this point in time, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would ask to publish page 6 from Exhibit 56, Apple Credit Union.
You may publish that page, yes.
Thank you.
This is from the Apple Credit Union.
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant, do you see this statement?
Yes.
All right, Sergeant, what is the date for this statement?
The ending date is January 31st, 2023.
And Sergeant, and Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. Sergeant, do you remember what the outstanding balance was on the account?
I believe it was overdrawn by over $800.
And Sergeant, regarding the payments on this account, do they bear any similarity to the other withdrawals on the other months?
Yes.
What's those?
Rockland FCU, that payment was reoccurring. Pepco payments was reoccurring. Leader Bank Online was a reoccurring payment.
And Your Honor, at this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to publish page 8 from Exhibit 57, the Barclays JetBlue card.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, what is the date for this statement?
Statement period ending in January 17th, 2023.
And what was the balance for this statement?
Statement balance as of 1/17/2023 is $2,145.69.
And Ms. Gill, and Your Honor, if we could publish page 10 from the same exhibit?
You may.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, could you go down to the bottom? Sergeant, what did you see as far as activity on this card after December 31st?
None.
Your Honor, may we publish page 4 from Exhibit 58, Leader Bank?
May.
Thank you. Sergeant, do you recognize this statement?
Yes.
What is this for?
This is a mortgage payment for investment property.
And do you see an address associated with it? Towards the bottom.
Yes, the collateral property is a condo at 35A Turdor Street, Unit 35A-5, Lynn, Mass.
Sergeant, in the interviews you had with the defendant, there were discussions of properties. What other properties were there that Ana Walshe or the defendant had access to in Massachusetts?
There were Lynn rental properties.
And if we could close out of this, in your honor, with the court's permission, may we publish page 45 of JP Morgan Chase, exhibit 60. Oh, I'm sorry, exhibit 59.
Page 40?
45.
Page 45. You may.
Thank you. Sergeant, what is this account?
This is the Chase Freedom Card.
And when is the period ending for this account? Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down just a little? Under opening and closing date, what are those, sir?
The range is October 18th, 2022 to November 17th, 2022.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll up? What was due on the account at that point in time after the November date?
$0.
And with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to publish page 47 of the same exhibit.
You may.
Thank you. Now, Sergeant, directing your attention to page 47 of the same exhibit, I'd like to ask some questions about October 30th. Do you see that entry on it?
Yes.
What is that state on October 30th?
A United flight was purchased on the 30th for November 23rd, 2022 from airport code IAD to airport code DUB.
What is the date associated with that?
November 23rd, 2022.
The next line down, sir?
Purchased on the same date of October 30th, a Air France flight departing airport code DUB to arriving CDG, and then a connecting flight CDG to BEG.
And the next line after that, sir? Oh, and by the way, what was the date associated with that airline?
That was 11/27/2022.
The next line on October 30th, sir?
A flight from Lufthansa Airlines for the date of December 7th, 2022, leaving BEG to airport code FRA, and then a connecting flight FRA to BOS.
Do you know BOS's airport?
Boston Logan.
Do you know IAD?
IAD is Dulles in Virginia.
What is DUB?
Dublin in Ireland.
What's CDG?
Charles de Gaulle in France.
What's BEG?
Belgrade.
What is FRA?
Frankfurt.
Now, if the Commonwealth could publish page 97 on, one moment. Could the Commonwealth publish page 97 of this same exhibit, Your Honor?
Page 97 of 59?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you. Thank you, Your Honor. Within the same exhibit, was there another credit card?
Yes.
And what was this credit card called?
IHG Rewards.
And looking at page 97, what is the balance owed on this credit card?
$2,690.97.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down? What is the closing date for that account?
January 23rd, 2023.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down some more? What is the name on that account?
Ana Walshe.
Now, if the Commonwealth could publish page 25 of Exhibit 60 from Liberty Bay.
You may.
Do you recognize this statement, sir?
Yes.
What is this?
This is a Liberty Bay Credit Union statement ending in January 31st, 2023.
And who's the name on this statement?
Ana Walshe.
And what is the balance on the statement?
$3,388.98.
And do you see those withdrawals on January 3rd and 4th?
Yes.
Do they have any similarities to other withdrawals and other statements within this exhibit?
Yes, the MLS property was reoccurring every 3 months, and the WJ Management and Great North Prop were reoccurring monthly.
The Commonwealth could publish page 7 of Exhibit 61, Fidelity.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, page 7. Sir, within Fidelity, how many accounts were there?
2.
And do you recognize page 7?
Yes, this is account ending in 5493, a IRA account.
And who's the name on the IRA account?
Ana Walshe.
And what is the date of the investment report?
February 1, 2023 to February 28, 2023.
And what is the account value at that point in time?
$93,615.82.
And if the Commonwealth finally, Your Honor, could publish page 118 from the same exhibit?
You may.
Thank you. What account is this, sir?
This is an individual investment account ending in 5491 for Ana Walshe.
And what is the investment report date?
February 1, 2023 to February 28, 2023.
And what is the account value?
$117,719.74.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
Joe, anything in particular
Your
stand
Honor,
out?
at this point in time, could the Commonwealth ask that you read in G for identification, another stipulation?
Yes. May I have G, please?
I mean, they're going over financials now,
Yeah.
but anything stand out?
No, not yet, although I'm starting to wonder. Yes. They're doing all this because
I don't need to
they were
read
getting a
what the
stipulation.
stipulation is. I'll just read it now to you. Brian Walshe was arraigned in United States District Court in Boston, Massachusetts on May 11, 2018. On April 1st, 2021, Brian Walshe pled guilty to indictments for wire fraud, interstate transportation for a scheme to defraud, and conducting an unlawful monetary transaction. On October 6, 2021, an initial sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walshe was seeking a sentence of probation and restitution, while the government, through the United States Attorney's Office, was seeking a sentence which included incarceration of 30 to 37 months and restitution of approximately $475,000. In January 2023, Brian Walshe had not been sentenced on the federal charges. Brian Walshe was represented by a lawyer at all stages of the federal case.
This is the Andy Warhol fraud.
One last question, Your Honor. Sergeant, what are the closest hardware stores to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
On Route 3A, to the north is Hingham Lumber, about a mile away. And to the south is Aubuchon Hardware, also in Cohasset, about a mile away.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Yeah, I've been wondering why they've been spending all this.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
You may proceed.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Those financial records that were just displayed to the jury, tell us in your own words, what's the significance of those?
It goes to the totality of the circumstances in the investigation. It gives us background and just an understanding
Understanding what?
of the entire investigation.
Well, what those records show, isn't it, is that there was a lot of automatic payments being made.
Yes.
Those records do not show any withdrawals reportedly by Mr. Brian Walshe, do they?
Correct.
And for instance, those records that were related to the Freedom card that you then told the jury about the indication of the flights and you identified DUB as Dublin. Where'd you get those records?
From Chase Freedom.
Okay. You didn't find those records in the home of Mr. Walsh, did you?
No.
And you didn't find those records then in the possession of Mr. Walsh, did you?
Can I explain?
Can you answer the question?
I can.
What is it?
Physically in his possession, no.
And when you were talking and asking Mr. Walsh questions, both on January 4th, January 5th, and later on January 7th, and then on January 8th, he never once told you anything about Ana Walshe being in Dublin, or he was suspecting that she was in Dublin, or anything of the sort.
Correct.
When you were talking to Mr. Walsh back on January 4th and January 5th, he forthrightly told you about the federal case, didn't he?
Yes.
And he told you that it was, I think he used the word integrity. He admitted that this was all his fault, correct?
Yes.
And that stipulation that was just read to the jury about the federal case, that was the same case, wasn't it?
Correct.
It was about painting fraud involving Warhol paintings that were fraudulent, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, and based on your investigation that's gone on for some time now, other than that federal, there's no other federal case. Let me ask you.
I'm not aware of any other federal case.
And it'd be one of the things you would do as the lead detective in this case to make sure you knew about other pending federal cases or things like that, correct?
Yes.
Let me just ask this. You told us that on January 8th, around 4 p.m., you returned, was it to Attorney Minor's home and placed Mr. Walsh under arrest?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that once he was placed under arrest, is it fair to say that he remained in custody?
Yes.
And so, just getting to that Richard Walker stipulation, fair to say that one of those ransom notes that we had to hear about, that occurred after Mr. Walsh had been placed into custody, correct?
Yes, I believe it was February 10th, the second one I received.
So, even though the stipulation entered into evidence was that everybody agrees that Mr. Walsh had nothing to do with that Richard Walker tip, nonetheless, you knew and the detectives knew early on in this case that that Richard Walker tip had nothing to do with Mr. Walsh, correct?
That was our understanding.
Okay. Now I want to focus your attention on what we heard on the January 8th interview. By the time you got to Tracy Minor's home, you and your colleagues had done an investigation on what's been referred to as a mini iPad, correct?
Yes.
And that mini iPad
was associated with one of the sons, the oldest son, correct?
Correct.
And when you listen to that recording, when you listen to the questions that are posed to Mr. Walsh, and you ask him about that mini pad, his demeanor changed, didn't it?
Yes.
In fact, it's fair to say, isn't it? I don't want to mischaracterize, but he basically he looked and sounded sad, didn't he?
Correct.
Because you were talking to him about his oldest son mini pad, right?
Objection.
Basis? Overruled.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You were talking to him at the time about his oldest son's mini pad, correct?
Correct.
And he basically answered you, I don't know anything about those searches, right?
Correct.
You've learned in your investigation of this case, haven't you, that the searches that you were asking Mr. Walsh about at that time, those searches were not, in fact, conducted on the mini iPad that was associated with his son, correct?
Yes, they were synced to that, but they did not occur on that iPad, is my understanding.
Right. So now your investigation was able to determine that whoever conducted those searches, of course, your investigation revealed that it was Brian Walshe. He never used his young son's mini iPad to conduct any of those searches that we've heard about, correct?
Correct.
And so when you asked him about that mini iPad belonging to his son, his demeanor changed and he looked sad, correct?
Yes.
Those, okay?
Yes, sir.
Those two exhibits that were shown, Exhibit 48 and 49, they showed what appeared to be cuts on the hands of Mr. Walsh, correct?
Yes.
You have no idea how those cuts occurred, please.
Correct.
You don't have any idea when they occurred, do you?
Correct. Well, I do know they occurred before the photo was taken, obviously.
I'm sorry?
They occurred before the photo was taken, obviously.
Yes, obviously. So let me ask you a couple of questions about some of the things you testified to about yesterday. One of the things you testified to is at some point after going to the home and talking to Mr. Walsh on January 4th, you and I believe it was Detective Lawrence?
Officer Greg Lawrence.
Okay, Lawrence. You went and you surveyed the interior and the exterior of the home.
Yes.
And one of the things that you were doing was, as a trained law enforcement officer, you were looking for anything that might give you a clue or anything suspicious or anything like that.
Correct.
And that's how you're trained.
Yes.
And you're a very competent officer, aren't you?
I think so.
And in this case, you exercised that competency. And when you saw, for instance, that Volvo out in the parking lot, you walked out there and you looked inside the Volvo, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that Mr. Walsh was with you at the same time?
Yes.
And you made note, you told this jury about it, you made note that you saw a piece of plastic sheeting lying in the back of that Volvo, correct?
Yes.
And you even made note of what you described as a seedling that had fallen down into that sheeting.
Yes, that's what I remember.
And eventually that sheathing was eventually seized, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It was eventually seized. It was taken.
That plastic sheeting? Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Was there other plastic sheeting that was subsequently seized?
Yes.
And did that subsequent see sheathing that matched the sheathing that you observed in the Volvo?
It looked familiar. I'm not aware of any scientific comparison from one sheeting to the next.
Okay. But I guess it's just fair to say that when you were looking around and you looked at that Volvo, Mr. Walsh didn't keep you from looking inside, did he?
Correct.
The child-proof latches that we heard about yesterday. If we could have Exhibit 34 brought up, photo number 7335. That's that door that you testified to yesterday?
Yes.
That's the door to the basement?
Correct.
The childhood latches are at the top of the door?
Yes.
Anybody can undo those latches as long as they're tall enough to reach them?
I assume with the proper grip strength, yes.
Okay. And so any adult could probably release that plastic latch, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, on the door handle, there was no key lock or anything of the sort preventing somebody from going down into the basement?
I don't recall a key lock on that door.
And when you saw that door for the first time, was it open or shut?
I don't recall.
Okay. We heard some evidence yesterday about a hole in the ceiling in Mr. Walsh's bedroom, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, you can take that exhibit down. I apologize. Maybe we could see now Exhibit 29, photograph 7319. Now that's the hole we're talking about, correct?
Yes.
And is it your testimony that you saw that hole on January 4th, the first time you were taking a tour of the house?
I remember seeing it on the 5th and not being surprised by it.
And all you mean by that is, I could have seen it, but I'm just not sure.
Yes, so I definitely remember it on the 5th, and I remember knowing that the ceiling tile was in the bottom drawer of that bureau or that nightstand. I don't explicitly remember seeing it on the 4th, but I believe I did just because I wasn't surprised by my seeing it on the 5th.
Okay. Is it fair to say that when you talk about those ceiling pieces, they were stuffed in a drawer that was right there underneath the hole?
Correct.
And it was Mr. Walsh who showed me where those pieces were?
Yes.
And you didn't see anything on those pieces that raised any suspicion?
No.
It's fair to say that when we look at this exhibit, we can see what sometimes is referred to as ceiling joists.
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Okay, and between the ceiling joists is insulation?
Correct.
And it's as if the insulation is intact, the ceiling joists are intact, but the plaster fell, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that plaster falls down without any pressure on it, depending on what happened, correct?
Depending on the state of disrepair, possibly.
Okay. You have no idea how that hole occurred, do you?
I believe in one of the audio recordings, the defendant states he goes up there and was walking around.
Okay. But you don't have any idea what he was walking around for.
Correct.
And in fact, in that conversation, the context of that was that that occurred long before January 1st.
That was my presumption.
Presumption based on the context of the conversation?
Yes.
That insulation that we see, is it fair to say that what we're looking at is the paper wrapping that covers the fiberglass that forms the insulation?
Yes, the vapor barrier portion of the insulation.
And is it fair to say, do you know, well, that's a terrible question. Do you know that the insulation that we're looking at in that exhibit, what color it is when you look at the fiberglass insulation?
I remember it being pink.
Okay. And it's a pink color. Now, we saw some photographs of the basement of the Cohasset home, didn't we, yesterday? Correct?
Yes.
And in those photographs, it also showed photographs on the ceiling to the basement, correct?
Correct.
And that ceiling also had insulation, correct?
Correct.
And that color of that insulation was also pink, correct?
Correct.
You talked about going down into the basement, and you saw some bags down there. You recall that?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit number 33, photograph 7343? Well, I got the wrong number. I apologize. Well, I think I'll just ask you questions. I apologize for all that. You went down into the basement.
Yes.
Did Mr. Walsh go down in the basement with you?
Yes.
You found some bags down there,
I did.
and you didn't open the bags.
Correct.
But you pushed on the bags or touched the bags, didn't you,
Yeah, I manipulated with my boot.
with your boot? And what did you think was in the bags?
Like a piece of a rug or like carpet sample sized.
Okay, but you didn't look in the bag, correct?
Correct.
But based on your training and experience, you thought it was pieces of rug.
That's what I assumed.
Okay. And this was on January 4th, wasn't it?
It was either the 4th or the 5th.
Okay. Whether it's the 4th or the 5th, there were still bags down there in the basement that may have contained pieces of rug.
Correct.
And Mr. Walsh was right with you when you were using your boot to touch those bags, using your training and experience, determined that feels like they have rug pieces.
Correct.
And down in that basement, those stairs, they're wood stairs, aren't they?
They are.
And did you notice the very bottom stair to the stairway to the basement? It was cracked or broken?
Not at the time.
And of course, the flooring for that basement that you entered, that was concrete, correct?
Yes.
You were asked some questions both yesterday and today about the pool that is in the rear part of the home in Cohasset, correct?
Yes.
And at one point, you looked at the pool and it had water in it, and then subsequently, it had been drained, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, nothing of any significance was found in that pool, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you would be interested to determine if there was any evidence that a substance like blood had been placed in that pool. That'd be one of the things you'd be curious about.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And after you and your fellow officers had uncovered the searches that we've heard some about, you're aware of a search, aren't you, that was found on the MacBook that talked about something about how you measure blood in a pool or some words to that effect? Are you aware of it?
Yes.
And so there was never anything found of any significance in the pool, was there?
Not that I'm aware of.
And in fact, I think it was, you talked about a canine search in the back area, correct?
Yes.
And that canine is a human scent canine, correct?
It's a patrol and tracking dog.
And it didn't hit on, if that's the proper term, it did not hit on anything in the backyard whatsoever.
I believe the canine was on the outside portion of that fenced-in backyard doing the track.
Okay. It didn't hit on anything significant or related to your investigation of this case?
No.
Now, you walked through the house, you already told us, correct?
Yes.
You walked through it at least twice, one on January 4th and then on January 5th.
Yes.
And you didn't see anything that seemed suspicious, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that, quote, you're sensitive to that, correct? Based on your training and experience.
Yes.
But you well know, don't you, that subsequently, multiple criminals from the Mass State Police then arrived at that house sometime after or on January 8th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And they were there for more than just 2 days, weren't they?
It was more than one day. It went into the second day at least.
And they went over every single room and item in that Cohasset home, didn't they?
That is my presumption.
And so even though when you, as a trained and experienced officer, walked through that house a couple of times and didn't see anything, still there was trained criminalists that came to the house to conduct testing and searching for anything that might be significant, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
There was trained criminalists that came to the house to look for anything that might be significant related to the investigation that was ongoing.
That is correct.
I want to ask you some questions about the media used to message. There's no such thing as something called iMessenger, is there?
I'm familiar with iMessages.
Right.
Like Apple to Apple communication.
Right. So my question is rather simple. There's no such thing called iMessenger, correct?
At that direct quote, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And when you were talking to Mr. Walsh on January 4th, he used the term iMessenger, didn't he?
It was either iMessenger or iMessages.
Well, you were asked about that when you testified before the grand jury, weren't you?
I don't recall, likely.
Well, do you recall that at the grand jury, based on a series of questions, you determined and stated in part that when Mr. Walsh was talking about iMessenger, he was really talking about Facebook Messenger.
The context of that portion of the interview did seem as if it was because we're on the Facebook subject and social media subject.
Okay. And when he was talking to you and saying, well, some messages would come up on his phone that were intended for Ana Walshe, he was talking about, quote, iMessenger. That's the phrase he used, correct?
I believe so.
And then Messenger, once again, has to do with Facebook, correct?
That was my presumption from the context of the conversation.
And so you are unaware, as you sit here today, that there is any forensic evidence that Mr. Walsh ever saw the messages or any messages that may have occurred between Ana Walshe and one person named William Festa, correct?
Can you repeat the wording of that, just so I have it clear?
You are unaware of any forensic evidence that establishes that Mr. Walsh saw iMessages that may have been sent between Ana Walshe and William Festa.
I don't recall any digital forensics related to what you're describing.
Okay. And in fact, are you aware of the use of Messenger in the context of Facebook?
Yes.
And is it fair to say just correct me if I'm wrong, that somebody can friend somebody on Facebook and then they can trade messenger communication, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And anybody who is a friend will see those messenger communications and can respond to them?
In the context of Facebook,
Yes, in the context of Facebook.
messages, my understanding is messages between people would be only between the people that are included in that message.
Well, when you talk about messenger, you're talking about messengers, the format used.
Facebook Messenger, yes.
It's fair to say that if someone's trying to hide an affair, they don't communicate using Facebook Messenger that might be open to people that they don't want to find out about an affair.
Objection.
Sustained.
You are unaware, as you sit here today, of any forensic evidence that indicates that Mr. Walsh saw any Facebook Messenger communications between Ana Walshe and William Fasco, aren't you?
Correct.
Fasco is
And your questioning of Mr. Walsh, and if I go withdraw that, I apologize.
Fasco is
During
on his,
your questioning of Mr. Walsh, you were present with others, correct? Other
Yes.
officers.
Yes.
So sometimes when the jury heard that questioning, it wasn't you asking the questions, it was other officers, including Trooper Pacheco, correct?
Yes.
But during those questioning, you were asking, and when I say you, I mean you or your colleagues, you were asking Mr. Walsh for names of people that might be helpful, correct?
Yes.
And he gave you a number of names, people who he knew Anna may be friends with in DC, and names of people that she might be friends with in the Massachusetts area, correct?
Correct.
And one of the names that he gave you was William Fasco, correct?
Yes.
And you are aware of the fact that William Fasco sold the $1 million townhouse to Ana Walshe and Brian Walshe, correct?
Yes.
And when Mr. Walsh gave you the name of William Fasco, he didn't sound angry, did he?
He did not.
He didn't say anything pejorative about Mr. Fasco, did he?
Correct.
And before that occurred, you or your fellow officers had made it clear by asking Mr. Walsh questions of whether he knew anything about an affair or affairs that Ana Walshe might be involved in.
Yes, we asked about that.
And you asked him about it more than once.
Correct.
And you were asking about it because it could be something that you'd use in your investigation, correct?
Yes.
And by the nature and the context of your investigation, you were making it clear that, well, an affair could be some evidence that could be either good or bad in our investigation.
Potentially.
Right. And so anybody who's trying to hide the fact that they knew about an affair that could be bad evidence, you wouldn't expect them to give you the name of a person that they knew was having an affair with their wife.
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, isn't that part of your training and experience, officer, that you don't expect people to give you harmful information when you're asking them questions?
Objection.
Sustained.
In any event, you had made it clear to Mr. Walsh that evidence of an affair could be either good or bad, correct?
Can you repeat that?
But you made it clear, you and your colleagues, in the multiple questions about an affair, that evidence of an affair between Anna and somebody else could be good or bad evidence.
I don't recall speaking about an affair being good or bad.
In any event, we can all agree that He just gave you the name of William Fasto in the context of anybody that she may know, Anna, may know in the DC area, correct?
Correct.
Along with other names, correct?
Correct.
Now, on January 7th, during the interview of Mr. Walsh, he was told, and the jury has heard this, that obviously, quote, obviously, with Anna missing, you know, the public and many people, they're going to have their suspicions about you and whether you did something to Anna. That was told to Mr. Walsh on January 7th, wasn't it?
Correct.
In fact, the point of that question was you were warning Mr. Walsh that people are going to suspect him, correct?
It was the topic of discussion.
Okay. And so it's true, isn't it? When something happens like a missing person, people don't believe somebody that they think might be responsible for the missing person, correct?
Objection.
I'll have the question back.
I'm sorry, Joe.
I'll have the question back.
She wants it reread.
Sorry about that.
I'm
Or
sorry.
new question.
These objections are that the answer is not within his realm of knowledge.
Mm,
He's asking to suppose or guess.
yeah, which makes sense.
Yeah.
That the objections are coming here.
And the defense lawyer did a nice little job of embedding that if you're a suspect, you wouldn't talk, you wouldn't give the name of the guy that's having an affair with your wife.
I hear that? No.
You didn't
I
know.
was supposed to.
That's the Vasco guy, correct?
Yeah.
Maybe the best thing to do is withdraw the question and start over.
Start another one. Thank you.
And the answer was, the question was out of order, but he said it twice, so he got the
You
idea.
were
to the
warning
jury.
Mr. Walsh that people weren't going to believe it.
I didn't make that statement, so I was not warning him that.
Okay, but you were there with your colleagues, correct?
Yes.
And your colleague, I mean, from the context of it, you understand that your colleague was telling Mr. Walsh, people aren't going to believe you, so they're going to be suspicious.
I don't know if it was under the context of people aren't going to believe you, but we were discussing the subject that he may, people may suspect him. And I remember he said that his attorney exposed him to that.
Okay, but regardless of what his attorney told him, when it was told to Mr. Walsh, obviously with Anna missing, you know, the public and many people, they're going to have this suspicion about you and whether you did something to Anna, correct?
Yes.
And as an experienced police officer, you know that to sometimes be true, correct?
Sometimes.
People don't believe you when you say something happened, correct?
Objection.
Overruled, but I am having a little hard time. I don't know if it's the monitor or the tone or the largeness of this room. So keep your voice up. And if you can on the microphone, I know you like to move around.
Maybe I should just stay right here.
It's all right. You can move around. I just need you to keep your voice up.
Thank you, Judge. You know, sir, that in investigations, for instance, for a missing person, people don't believe the person that they might think is responsible, correct?
I've always been under the premise of trust but verify.
Trust but verify. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I like that police
Call its
officer.
next witness.
Yeah, that is it with Detective Sergeant Harrison
Commonwealth
Schmidt.
Health Trooper Nicholas Garino.
Right. Unflappable.
Guarino is called, I believe, during Karen Reed as well. So we're going to see some overlap. This is
Yeah, I think there are a couple where that's going to happen, besides
Yeah.
Proctor, who they're not calling.
yeah. So here we go. I'm just still looking back at statements. He says my whole family doesn't work without my wife. She was a wonderful mother on top of being a wife, but then slips into the past tense. So
Yeah.
I'm sure the jurors are hearing all that. By the way, Boston is expecting a nor'easter, I believe, today, tonight. Quite a bit of snow.
Oh,
Yeah, so we'll see if there is court.
And you may
tomorrow.
proceed.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name, sir?
Nicholas Guarino, Guarino.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper?
A little over 10 years now.
And what is your current assignment?
Currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you been assigned there?
November 2019, so 6 years-ish, about that.
And what are your responsibilities at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do digital forensics and I'm a sexual assault investigator, as well as assist on homicide cases and narcotics cases.
Trooper, you're currently on a medical leave due to a work-related injury. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you tell this jury about your educational background?
Yes, I went to Westfield State College. I have 2 bachelor's degrees in criminal justice and mass communications.
And can you also tell the jury about any kind of specialized training that you have in forensic examinations in order to be a forensic examiner?
So I've taken numerous Cellbrite classes. They're 40-hour certification courses, as well as other online trainings with National White Collar Crime and Magna Forensics, which is another forensic company, and Burla Motor Vehicle Forensics.
So I'm going to ask you a little bit about those. What is Cellbrite?
Cellbrite is specialized software and hardware to download and extract data from digital devices.
And Cellbrite is the name of the company?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is that a private company?
Yes, they are.
And what is Magnet Forensics?
Magna Forensics is also a forensic company to download and extract digital devices as well.
Okay. And do you have certifications from any of the companies?
Yes. Cellbrite, I've taken 4 or 5 of their classes, CCO, CCPA, which is their extraction software that teaches you how to use it and extract devices. Cellbrite Mobile Forensics, their Cert F class, which is to repair and fix digital devices and cell phones. So if you have something that breaks, you can still get the data from it. CASA, which is their advanced database software class to go into the databases of the software, the devices we get, and also CAF, which is Cellbrite Apple Forensics Fundamentals, I believe is the acronym, for Apple devices and MacBooks.
So you received certifications for all of those trainings?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how do you get the training? How do you get the certification from the training?
So it's a 40-hour week-long course in person with book learning and then hands-on training. And then at the end of the week, you take a test to show proficiency. And if you pass, you get the certification.
And you were able to pass those?
Yes.
Do you have specialized training for Apple products?
Yes, that's the CAF class that I took.
Okay. So prior to being a Massachusetts State Trooper, did you have any law enforcement background?
Yes, I was a Norwood police officer for just under 11 years.
And any military background?
Yes, I was in the Army National Guard for 7 years.
And have you previously testified about examination of digital forensics?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. Your Honor, would this be a time that you'd like me to stop before I begin the full examination for the break?
Sure. So jurors, we're going to take a morning break and we'll see you back in about 20 to 30 minutes.
She said she takes the break at 11 every day, and she's pretty.
Oh, the notebooks, follow me.
Okay.
Yeah, she just said a 20 to 30-minute break. That's a
Yeah.
long break.
She said it yesterday. She said it depends on what work she finds in her office that she has to take care of. So whether that's true or not, but in any way. So I find this defense perplexing, but I found some of what the prosecution did perplexing too. He's admitted that he disposed of the body. So all this stuff that goes to his involvement in disposing of the body and the argument they're having about it, I really don't
Does anyone need
understand.
anything before I step off the bench? Saying nothing? Have a good break.
In what sense? Because he admitted it, so why ask about it?
Well, if he admitted it, why are you arguing about, well, you drained the pool and you didn't find anything, or what did you find in the basement when you're admitting it? And the state did the same thing. They had a lot of stuff yesterday showing that he was involved. I can't imagine that having in the opening where they admit that he found her, they claim dead in the bed, that they can avoid saying what he did next. So if they're going to have to explain what he did next, I don't understand all this back and forth arguing about it. I may be missing something, but it's just perplexing to me right now.
Yeah. The jury question here is, does the jury know he admitted it?
No, but he's going to have, the defense lawyer in opening says he found her dead in the bed, right? So what, are they going to leave it at that? No explanation for what happened to the body after that? I don't understand how they're going to do it.
Yeah. Well, back to one of my earlier questions today, Joe, and forgive me because I was traveling all day yesterday, but in this particular case, we're talking Brian Walshe and the murder of Ana Walshe. Is he going to have to take the stand? Is there any way around it here? Because he is saying that, he finds her, that she dies suddenly. He nudges her again.
Yeah, but who's going to say? The only two adults in the house were Walshe and Ana Walshe. The defense in opening describes him finding her in the bed and, being, who's going to testify to that? The lawyer in opening can't, that's not the evidence. Somebody has to say it at trial. Who else can do it?
Yeah.
I don't see how we can't testify. I don't know who else can bring that evidence in, and they've already said it in opening. So somebody has to get that into evidence now.
Yeah. The odds are, the betting odds are that he will take the stand. This just to backtrack a little bit. So there's this email, this quote unquote ransom email that traces back to this Nigerian IP address. Is that coincidental? I got a little confused there. Or
they've stipulated that there's no evidence that he had any involvement in it. Yeah. So again, I don't know why anybody brings it in, but it's there. So they're not going to make any claim that he was responsible for it. And those things happen sometimes in cases where somebody just interjects, and presumably that's what happened here.
Yeah. By the way, if you have questions during this little break for the professor, and Joe launched her own YouTube channel, which is awesome. Prof Joe Explains. Do I have that right? Prof Joe Explains.
You do. Thank you.
Yeah. So there was a lot of debating about her title, and I like that title, Prof Joe Explains. It gets right to it.
The other thing I don't understand, Joel, I've heard the guilty pleas don't come in unless he testifies, and I think he has to testify. But and I haven't had a chance to look into it some because I've heard a couple of lawyers say, well, then it won't get in, but it's a confession. So I don't know, without saying it came through a guilty plea, it just seems reasonable to me that somebody can say he admitted to it. So I have to look into this some to see what's going on there, because it's so unusual for this to happen.
Yeah.
But I don't see how he cannot take the stand, because his defense lawyer has already said he found her body. And somebody has got to get that into evidence now. And he's the 6-year-old is not going to be able to testify to it.
Right.
It's
right.
got to be Walsh.
Right.
So we'll have to see what happens. But
Yeah, no. Annie K here, always in the chat. Joe, please comment when you can on the defense attorney's volume and aggressive demeanor, effective or not for jurors. I feel like defense attorneys do this fairly often, where they take a pretty hard stance. They don't give a lot of leeway just to kind of assert themselves. Is that anything standing out to you about that style of his?
No, I guess I'm inured being from this part of the country. It didn't even strike me as particularly aggressive. What did strike me is the way he has been inserting information that is not in the record, and that the Franklin did not testify to. I mean, this is an example of a lawyer. What lawyers say should not be evidence, but I mean, the one example was when he was talking about the evidence of the affair, and Walsh didn't know about it, and the witness on the stand said he knows nothing about it, but he got that in twice. It's not evidence, but the jury has now heard their theory of it. So he's doing that. But the aggressive part of it, I haven't really. Did you find it aggressive? I mean, you came from this area, or has Florida softened you?
No, Florida's not softened me. Miami is basically New York. So no, whenever, I was just out west, and LA is New York-esque, but when people, when you go through a turnpike toll, the old days where you used to have to take a ticket and stuff, if anyone said thank you, it would really throw me for a loop. You just go, you do your thing, but no, none of this seems overly aggressive to me. But if you're coming to us from a different part of the country, it might sound that way. Please, if you're watching this and you appreciate the professor being here and giving you this insight, please hit the like and subscribe button. We are going to be doing, just so you know, a recap tonight. We're also keeping our eyes on a bunch of other stories, including David, the singer out of Los Angeles, who it is being reported authorities are looking at as a primary suspect in the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. We are keeping an eye on that story. I'm keeping an eye on Luigi Mangione. I'm going to put a Luigi Mangione video out later tonight. So keep checking the video tabs as well, not just the live tabs. We're starting to do videos on top of the lives. And then, of course, check out Joe's new channel, Prof. Joe Explains. After 1.5 days, I still think his mom was involved in the entire thing. I was a little confused. That first audio or the continuation of that audio interview where we kept hearing that woman, was that his previous attorney, Joe? Do you know?
I don't know. I don't know that they may have identified yesterday all the voices on the recording. And I couldn't tell. It was better today, but I'm having a little trouble hearing on the audio of the tape what they're saying. And I couldn't tell whether it might have been a police officer or the lawyer from the questions, at least as I was hearing the questions. But I think probably you're right. It was the lawyer.
Yeah.
So Julie Frew is saying she thinks the opening and cross was just shouting.
Well, she's from the UK where they're proper and they had drink tea. We're not like that in the North.
Yeah, we're more. That's right. We're younger and louder.
This question has already been addressed. Do you think Brian's going to testify? And it looks like he will probably have to.
Yeah.
again, I always say this, the small things are the very big things, I think, for the jurors. You can talk to these digital forensic experts. You can have every detective on the stand from here to eternity. But when you hear him talking in these interviews, and now this is when his wife is presumed missing. I mean, the guy is so calm, doesn't seem to be concerned about where his wife is. Oh, she might be at the spa, he says. And couple that with the fact that he is slipping from present to past tense. There was one in particular. Oh, here he says, I wanted to spend the rest of my life with her. He goes, I mean, I still want to spend the rest of my life with her, is what he said. And I think that when the jurors hear that, Joe, when you're average Joe, J-O, or average, there's no such thing, or average J-O-E, hears that, and be like, what's up? This guy, okay, so, you know, he may be admitting to the fact that he panicked, but why is he so calm in these early days, right?
And there were a couple of comments yesterday that described him as chipper, because you didn't hear the interview yesterday, but he was, you know, ingratiating himself with law enforcement and chatting as though, you know, at times as though it was just a normal conversation with a couple of other guys in the room. So I think you're absolutely right.
And by the way, I mean, this is a great point. He talks about her in the past tense. Is that something that the prosecutor could bring up on a redirect?
Yeah, but that gets back to why I'm so perplexed, since he's admitting that he saw her dead, and that happens before the interviews with the police. What import does it have? I mean, if he was claiming he didn't know and he thought she, you know, we didn't know what happened to her, then using the past tense matters, because that suggests that he certainly knew what happened to her. But since he's admitting he found her dead in the bed,
right?
You know, I just don't. That's why I don't understand why they're.
Although the jurors don't necessarily know that right now,
but
right?
they're going to have. Well, no, they do know it, because in opening, that's what the defense lawyer said. So that's why I said, Joel, I'm so perplexed about why you're tugging at this.
Yeah, that's interesting. And I'm like half alive today, so I apologize. But yeah, that is interesting.
Now it does show he's more of a liar, you know, when he was trying to pass that story off, and maybe that matters.
Did they mention in openings that the body has never been found, or
No,
that it is missing? So they don't know that. Okay.
Well, I think the prosecutor may have. The defense didn't. The defense ended with him finding her. What the defense said in opening was they went to bed. An hour later, he gets up and decides to clean the kitchen. He's down there cleaning for an hour. When he gets back to the bedroom, she's not responsive, and he figures out she's dead. And essentially, he panics. That's where the defense ended. It didn't talk about what happened afterwards. The prosecutor talked about, you know, him depositing the trash bags and finding, you know, the clothes he said she wore and that sort of thing. But it didn't come from the defense. And I think the prosecutor said she wasn't found.
And this guy, Detective Sergeant Harrison Schmidt, who's apparently the lead investigator, the first guy who was on the stand, he was talking about these garbage bags in the basement, if I heard that correctly, right?
Yeah.
So, and then this comment here, he's calmly talking to police while his wife's body is sitting in garbage bags, which is very possible. Again, to me, I guess to me, it doesn't matter whether this guy, just for the sake of argument, I'm saying, I mean, it obviously does, but from a juror perspective, what I'm saying is, if I know, even if he admitted that he panicked and got rid of the body, at least in these early interviews with police, he sounds like he's just taking a stroll through the park. Like there is no panic that they could find this out, that he knew, that he removed them. I mean, there's none of that. I mean, he's just he comes across as a total sociopath here. I mean, with no guilt. You know, if I am in the airport yesterday traveling and I go and I maybe buy a bag of Skittles and I eat them all on the plane and I don't tell my wife, I feel a little guilt, you know, that I'm downing Skittles. But this guy, dismembered his wife and seems to be totally fine, just blowing it all off, talking so matter-of-factly here.
Well, this is also somebody with 3 little kids in the house is doing this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
We're at 2, 4, and 6. And by the way, I saw, I don't know I think that someone said the state has them. This question keeps coming up. I don't know that we're going to know the answer to this for sure. I think there could be speculation. Was the mother involved? Now, there were some pretrial motions right before, I mean, like a day or two before the trial, before jury selection started, where there was information that the mother had hired a private investigator, but apparently that was unbeknownst to Brian Walshe. But the mother definitely is a interesting character. I don't want to say a suspicious character, but maybe slightly suspicious. What do you think, Joe?
Well, yeah. And I don't know. I mean, he claims he didn't know, but I think the state's theory is, or the Commonwealth theory is, that he did know that she had hired that investigator to look into it. I don't know. Mother is involved. It doesn't sound as though this murder, if he's convicted of it, was planned and deliberate on New Year's morning. Maybe it was, and that's certainly what the Commonwealth is arguing. I guess my guess would be, not knowing a lot right now, that she certainly knew something afterwards, if not before.
Yeah. We by the way, we do this is an interesting twist here. Could his mother have been involved? I didn't think you guys meant in that way, but that's the implication here from Pelly Jelly. If she did away with Anna, maybe he was trying to cover for his mother. That's an interesting twist. I don't know.
But the guest who was there for New Year's Eve, you would think would have said if the mother was in the house. And you would think if the mother was in the house that she would have joined the New Year's Eve dinner celebration.
That guest is going to take the stand, I assume?
Yeah, I think so. And he leaves at around 1:30. So I can't imagine that the mother at 1:30 in the morning or 2 in the morning is driving over to the house to murder her daughter-in-law. It just
it doesn't make I agree with you. I don't think it makes too much sense. But here, this is from the COE here. But why would anyone try to hide a body if they truly found a loved one dead? I mean, I don't know that we have to go much further than this question with the jurors. They're going to be asking themselves the exact same question. Why didn't he? I mean, any normal person having an affair, not having an affair, eating Skittles behind your wife's back, not eating Skittles. If you find someone dead in your bed, 9.9999% of the time, you're going to call 911 unless you're the 0.01% psychopath/sociopath. So I just don't see how the jurors get.
No, and I mentioned before that in the opening, the defense lawyer made quite a point of the fact that they were getting along. I think the whatever his name is, Basto may testify to the fact that she didn't want her husband to know because something about not wanting to hurt him, that she was planning to stay with him. And the defense lawyer said, this was a good relationship. If that's true, then why would you think that you're going to be a suspect to a death that, for all you know, is a natural death? There isn't even anything that would suggest that there was, some foul play. COE is exactly right. It makes no sense at all.
Yeah. Here from Nadia Nads or Nads. I don't know how you want to pronounce that one, but Prof. Joe, correct me if I'm wrong. At the time of the recordings with the detective, he didn't admit she died in panic. Correct. He is saying she is missing and talking about her. And correct. So he only did this on the eve of trial when he decided to take a plea deal on the lesser charge.
Didn't get a plea deal. They didn't want him to do it at all. In fact, they fought the fact that he wanted to plead. And the judge said correctly, if somebody wants to plead to a crime, you can't stop that person from pleading guilty.
By the way, if you ever want to feel 27 times more exhausted than you did before Thanksgiving, you go to your in-laws for Thanksgiving with your 3 kids and all the cousins, and you come back and you're like, when's Thanksgiving? I need a holiday. But I had to
How
throw
many
that in there.
cousins?
A lot, too many.
Well,
We had
that
a
had to be fun.
It was fun. It was a lot of fun. We had a we had a family baseball game, and it was a lot of fun. We did have a good time, but that's my side of the family. We like to do not a lot. That side of the family likes to do a lot. William Fastow is his name. Fastow. He's the so we should see him on the stand. I took some notes from early on this morning. This was during the recorded interview, the audio interview with that dog yapping, and we all love, well, most of us love dogs, Joe. My whole family does not work. Ooh, that was my iPhone. I was sitting on it and told me I am locking it. My whole family, he says, does not work without my wife. She was a wonderful mother on top of being a wonderful wife. Then he slips into, I want to spend the rest of my life. Well, I still want to spend the rest of my life with her. He said something about she got mad around Thanksgiving. Keep in mind, this happens New Year's Eve, I believe, 2023. He says, my wife and I were a very good team. And then goes on to say she might just be at the spa trying to unwind. Now, if you think about this a little more closely, I guess, if you believe that he murdered and dismembered his wife, and he's sitting here telling police she's at the spa, that is that's a twisted mind right there. And then you throw in to the mix that this is a 50-year-old man basically who isn't working. He's already wearing an ankle monitor for an art fraud, an art heist, basically forging paintings. This guy's not all there. I mean, that's not going to come in, right, Joe? I mean, that's prejudicial. So the art stuff's not going to come in.
Well, the arts, if he takes the stand, it certainly will come in. And there was already testimony about it, or at least an exhibit, or was it a stipulation with regard to the Andy Warhol fraud? So the jury has at least heard something about it already.
But if he takes the stand, that's fair game.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But do they have to open the door, or can the government just go after him for that?
Well, if he's on the stand, you can always use the prior convictions to impeach. This is relevant because it's the explanation for why he could not. The story is she went to DC. They all planned to live in DC together. Because of that open case, he couldn't move to DC. He had to stay in Boston, and or the Boston area. That was some of the friction in the marriage. So I'm assuming that that's going to come in through the defense anyway, because if they're going to say they had a really happy marriage, and that's what he's already said in opening, then the question is, why were they living several states apart? And so it seems to me they're going to talk about that. So I think it will get in.
Lest you think we are not the future or a global phenomenon, this comment defies both of those points of thinking. Hello to everyone checking in from Melbourne, Australia, where it is currently 3:20. You got to go to bed or you've got to wake up. One of those soon. And it is Wednesday there. Annie K says, I imagine this trial could already be over. Joe, I mean, obviously you've been a student yourself, a teacher, but also a student of the law. I don't know what the statistics are, but a vast majority of jurors make up their minds early on. You think these jurors have done the same thing already?
They might have, but I heard is Galvin Fish. I watched a little of his program last night, and he was talking about how he thought it was going to be an uphill battle for the Commonwealth because nobody. And it struck me because I agree with the earlier chat comment that I think it's an uphill battle for the defense. I just think the defense is extraordinary. I found my wife in bed. We have a great relationship. It looks like she's died of natural causes. I think I'm going to be a suspect. And even if I did, And so what do? I dismember her and get, and dispose of her body. And, it's just, I mean, imagine doing that at all, taking a hatchet or a whatever he had, and then going after a human body. I mean, it's just, and it's your wife, and it's someone you say you love.
Yeah. I mean, that's a great point. I mean, just think of it from that perspective for a second. I mean, let's say you are this kind of person who feels like you're going to be framed. Then to have that kind of personality or the character flaw to be able to sit there and literally chop your wife up. I mean, that's a whole other level of pathology right there.
And then imagine him sitting with the police officers and being calm and joking when
Yeah.
you've just done that. It's unbelievable to me.
Well, that's when you become a psychopath and you're on trial for murder, I think. But good thing I'm not talking to the jurors. So Trooper Nicholas Guarino, we heard from him in the Karen Reed trial, and he's on the stand. There's going to be some overlap here. Obviously, the big one is Trooper Proctor, but he's he will not be called in this case, I don't think. But what should we expect? Because these Google searches, also, Joe, they go way beyond the scope of just being panicked, right? I don't have them all in front of me, but there's pretty detailed Google searches that are very incriminating. And I think it's probably going to be Trooper Guarino that brings those in, correct?
Sounds like it, yeah. Yeah, those Google searches are just, I mean, and think of doing that, either before or after you've dismembered your wife. Now you're doing calm research to find out about what you should do next. The whole thing is just, I mean, that mentality is, I don't think I know anybody like that. I hope I don't.
Yeah, I don't think I hope we don't personally know anybody, but I feel like every time there's a trial, we're kind of going through these same things. And the COE pulled up, I don't know, it was last time we did this, the COE pulled up that there's like a black and white surveillance image photo of Brian Walshe at, I think it's Home Depot.
Yeah.
If I'm a juror, I mean, I shouldn't be a juror because
with the $450 worth of cleaning supplies.
Yeah, I'm convicting right then and there. I mean, that's if I was it's
with gloves on, with a mask on, and then thinking this is going to work. It's going to be incognito because you put the gloves on and the mask on, as compared to thinking, gee, this is going to call more attention to me as I'm pushing this cart piled with this stuff.
Yeah. It's so interesting. We were, it was a big family gathering, and there was friends of the family who I'd never met, and they were visiting from Central America. And she speaks perfect English, partly because she watches Dateline religiously. But Joe, what is it that all around the world, people are fascinated by true crime? She was asking a million questions about different cases. What is it? Is it just the disbelief that people can act this way? Is it trying to figure out the crimes? Why do you think so many people are interested in true crime?
Yeah, I think it's both those things, and I think it's a glimpse at human nature, or a side of life that we feel we don't know anything about. I think people who read mysteries, as I do, would be drawn to it. There's a resolution. You can see a good and an evil, a right and a wrong. It's more clear. It's not all nuanced. So I think it's all those things.
Yeah, it's very, very biblical in nature. Is that the prosecutor right to his right? I did not notice that.
There's a male prosecutor and a female prosecutor. The male is got dark hair. I think he's got glasses. He's fairly stocky.
Yeah, he's I had his name up here. It is Greg Connor.
Right.
I don't know her name, but I just noticed she doesn't have a tat sleeve on that left arm, but she's got some significant tattooage going on, which is interesting, and I guess both impressive in the courtroom to be letting those tats fly. Even if she died suddenly in her own bed, so right here, if Yvette is Yvette could very easily just be a juror, right? Even if she did die suddenly in her own bed, why would he do this? It makes no sense. he obviously did this all. And right then and there is therein lies the problem for the defense here.
But didn't Robert Durst have, I didn't watch that trial, but didn't he have a defense something like this?
Yeah, he did. He had something very similar.
And he
We went
succeeded.
over it, and he did succeed. And then he got nailed on another murder charge years later, but he did succeed. There was it was a little different. I think it was like a self-defense claim. It was also, I want to say that was in Texas, not New England. And there were some similarities, but there were also quite a few differences. Namely, it wasn't his wife. I just can't see them getting past this. It looks like
either.
Yeah, it looks like the judge is coming in, Judge Vernier.
Oh, she's got her jacket on.
Yeah,
I wondered why she was sleeveless in the courtroom.
Yeah. Do we know who this is to the left? There's two women to his left. Are these like paralegals? Are they media?
I thought they were lawyers. I thought they were all introduced as lawyers yesterday.
Okay.
But I don't want to swear to it because that's when I'm pulling up stuff, the introductions can go past me.
Yeah, Durst was self-defense.
Session, you may be seated.
Self-defense. Defense.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Trooper Greeno, were you working on Sunday, January 8th, 2023?
Yes, I was.
And were you assisting with the execution of a search warrant at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset?
Yes.
And what was your assignment at that execution of the search warrant?
I was assisting with the search of the home, and if any digital devices were located, I was to take them and put them into evidence bags and then hold on to them to transport back to the DA's office.
Okay. And what digital devices in general did you seize that day?
There were 3 MacBooks, 2 iPhones, and 3 iPads.
Thank you. And were pictures taken during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes, there was a member of Crime Scene Services there photographing where we found items.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to show pictures and publish them to the jury. They've been previously marked and agreed to by the defense.
How many?
It's a very good question, Your Honor. Number 63 through 78. So court reporter has been nice enough to count for me, and we believe that's 16.
All right, so 16 photos, and they are all of digital devices or electronic devices, or they have other things as well?
They are of the electronic devices in the home and then of just the electronic devices separately.
All right. And the defense has agreed to those?
Yes.
All right, great. They're now in evidence as items, exhibits 63 through 78, now in evidence.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. At this time, I'd like to have exhibit 63, 7179. Thank you. Trooper Greeno, can you tell me what that is a photograph of?
Yes, this is the kitchen area. On the kitchen table, there's a red iPhone 13 mini and an Apple iPad. I believe that's the 6 mini.
Ms. Gilman, can you zoom in?
Yeah, iPad 6 mini. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And is there a cover on the phone?
Yes, there's the green cover, and you can see the red at the charging port.
Thank you very much. I'd ask for the next exhibit, that being 64, 7208. Can you tell me what this is a photograph of?
This is the, if you want to call it a dining room or eat-in nook on the table. There's 2 MacBooks and a third inside that manila folder.
Ms. Gilman, I'd ask that you zoom in on this, please.
So,
Trooper Greeno, can you explain that, please?
Yes. So the bottom left, there's a gray MacBook. Next to that is another pinkish MacBook. And inside the manila folder with the charging cable, there's another MacBook inside that.
Thank you. I'd ask for the next exhibit, that being Exhibit 65, 7414. What is this, Trooper?
This is that pinkish MacBook that was inside the manila folder.
That was on the dining room table?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And these are all where you initially found those devices?
That's correct.
Thank you. Looking at the next exhibit, Exhibit 66, 7304. Could I please have that? What is this a photograph of, Trooper?
This is the upstairs master bedroom. On the bed, there's the iPhone SE that's plugged into the wall.
And could you zoom in, please? And is that how you found that device?
That's correct.
Thank you. Looking at Exhibit 7637, could you please show that? What is this a photograph of?
This was an Apple iPad, I believe it was 9th gen version. The crib was over it. We could see it stuck under the crib, so we just pulled it out so it could be photographed better.
Could I now please have Exhibit 31, which is already in evidence? What is this a photograph of, Trooper?
This was another Apple iPad that was in the, I believe it was the upstairs children's bedroom.
Could I please have Exhibit 68, photo 7436. Trooper, could you tell me what this is?
That's the same iPad. We just opened the case to show that the screen had been damaged.
What did you do with those items after you identified them in the house at the search warrant?
So I placed these items into brown evidence bags and put the information on the front of the bag. And then once we had finished doing the search of the home, I transported all of these items back to the Norfolk DA's office to our digital evidence lab.
And what is the digital evidence lab at the Norfolk District Attorney's office?
So at the DA's office, we have a secure digital evidence lab that's a key card and it has an alarm on the door. So only select few can get in there, so we can store digital evidence to keep it powered on or so we don't lose any information.
And what is in the lab itself?
There's 2 forensic machines, our secure server, and a third computer, and then as well as a Mac PC computer and our gray key.
And who specifically has access to that lab?
At that time, it was myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and the civilian director of our lab, Samantha Vogt.
And what did you do next after you got to the lab?
The items were photographed, and we created with our case management for the digital evidence, we created a case number for it.
What was that case number?
2023-003.
Then what happened?
With the devices themselves?
Before you looked at the devices themselves.
Yeah. So obviously we had all these devices. We had to write search warrants. And once the search warrants were signed, then we were able to process the digital items.
So you wrote search warrants for the contents of the devices?
That's correct.
And when were those search warrants signed for the contents of the devices?
January 10th of 2023.
I now want to show you photographs and ask if you can identify, well, I want to show you those so that you can identify them for the jury. Looking at what's been marked as Exhibit 69. What is this?
So this is the black iPhone SE. On the back is our label that we created. It says 2023-0003 is an extra 0, _1, showing that's the first item of this case.
And 70 next, please.
This is the front of that same iPhone.
Going to 71.
This is the gray MacBook, item number 3. As you can see the _3, and it says the model and serial number.
72.
Just a wider version of the same MacBook.
Ms. Gilman, 73, please.
This one looks kind of gold, but I believe this is the same gray MacBook, just the cover.
Ms. Gilman, if you could now go to 74.
This is the iPhone 13 mini, item number 5.
And the case has been taken off of that now?
That's correct.
75, please, Ms. Gilman.
And that is the front of the device.
76, please.
Just show that the phone is the passcode. It's locked.
Same device.
Same device, yes.
77, please.
Again, front of the phone showing that it was still active and getting messages.
And 78, please.
This is the Apple iPad Mini 6, I believe, item number 7. It says, again, shows the model and serial number of the device.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. So all of those devices and all of the devices that you see is pursuant to a search warrant at the Walshe home at 516 Chief Justice Highway in Cohasset were all Apple products. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what are Apple devices?
Apple devices, they're just a brand of digital devices, phones, MacBooks, iPads, they're all electronic devices.
That's the manufacturer?
That's correct.
What is an Apple ID?
So the Apple ID is a personalized ID for your Apple devices that can be used to download apps, go to the App Store, download music, movies, whatever you please.
What does a person use their Apple ID for?
As I said, to download items, set up the accounts, it's usually an email address, and then they're able to sync other devices with it if need be.
Can a person have more than one Apple ID?
Registered to a device, yes.
How can an Apple device be secured?
Either Face ID or 4 or 6-digit passcode, or alphanumeric as well.
What is a web browser?
The web browser is whatever program you're using to view the internet, whether it be Microsoft Edge, Safari, Google Chrome.
You mentioned Safari. What specifically is Safari?
So Safari is Apple's web browser that they have installed on all their devices.
Can other web browsers be used with Apple devices?
Yes.
So I want to talk now about forensically examining devices. When did you begin forensically extracting or making forensic copies of the devices that you seized from the house with the search warrant?
After the search warrants were signed, the 10th we began extracting, but we're limited to one gray key machine, so we have to place one on it, download it, and then we can swap the devices to the next and so forth until we get through everything.
Did any other troopers assist you with the extraction or copying of the devices?
Yes. Detective Lieutenant Ed Keefe, Lieutenant Sean Quirk, and Trooper Connor Keefe were all assisting.
You've discussed Trooper Connor Keefe before, but who are Lieutenant Sean Quirk and Detective Lieutenant Ed Keefe?
At the time, both of them were part of the cybercrime unit for the Mass State Police.
In general, what is a forensic copy of a device?
When we create a digital copy of the device, it's all the information that we're able to obtain from the device that we can work from, as to not use the device itself and change anything in it. So we always work from that copy to make sure that nothing's changed for, if we have to ever re-image it, or if the item's returned, we won't have the device in our hands.
How do you keep from changing the data on the original device when you're making a forensic copy?
We employ write blockers. Write is in like WRITE writing. So we can't write to the device. It only writes from the device. So it's a one-way street. That way we can get the information and not change anything on the devices themselves.
And where is the original device kept after it has been forensically copied?
If the item was given on consent, we'll return it as soon as possible. If it's evidence, then it'll get tagged with an evidence number and placed into our evidence room.
So now I want to talk about the MacBook, the item number 3 that was labeled, the gray MacBook. How did you make a forensic copy of the MacBook?
So for MacBooks, we can't use gray key, so we have to use, I use Cellbrite Digital Collector. It's basically a write blocker that plugs into the MacBook itself, and we're able to do a live acquisition of the device to a separate hard drive, creating a copy of everything that's there.
So after you make a copy, then what do you do?
I place that onto our external storage device for the Apple system that we have.
And then what do you do?
And then we'll load it into whatever forensic program we're going to use. So for the MacBooks, I used Axiom program made by Magnet Forensics.
And did you ensure, again, that you used a write blocker for this as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And what did you do with the MacBook after the data had been extracted before you began to analyze?
It was placed back into evidence.
And where is that MacBook, the original MacBook that was taken from the Walshe residence? Where is that right now?
It's at the Norfolk DA's office in our evidence room.
And what was the date range? Sorry about that. What was the date range that the search warrant allowed you to examine on that MacBook?
December 25th of 2022 to January 8th of 2023 when we seized the device.
And you said that you used Magnet's Forensic Axiom?
Yeah, Magnet Forensics Axiom is the name of their program to view the hard drive contents.
And did that allow you to determine if there was an Apple ID associated with that MacBook computer?
Yes, it did.
And was there an Apple ID associated with the computer?
Yes, it was brw@10saleconsulting.com.
And was there a name associated with the device?
Yes, Brian's MacBook.
How is data stored on a MacBook computer?
Similar to a PC, they have a hard drive or solid state drive. The information just gets saved to the hard drive.
What do you mean that it's saved on the hard drive? Is it in components on the hard drive? Is it specialized in the hard drive?
Yeah, so Apple products save to a knowledge C database, which is Apple's way of, it's like the C drive in a Mac and a PC computer. It's just where the information is located into different parts of the computer.
Does a MacBook store data of websites visited by the device?
Yes, it does.
Does a MacBook computer store the search terms a user inputs into the device?
Yes, it does.
Where on the device is that data stored?
In that knowledge C database, the actual database, if you drove down into it, is the history.db database, which keeps all of your internet history. It's like a folder in a regular computer.
And is that data automatically stored?
Yes.
During the examination of the data from the gray MacBook, which is item number 3 from that you've labeled item number 3, did you examine data in the internet search history?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What internet web browser was used on the MacBook?
So there are 3 listed, but the majority of all searches were done in Safari.
What is a search engine?
The search engine is whatever, it's like Google, Bing, whatever you go to search whatever search terms you're looking for. So if you type in Boston Bruins into the search engine, it'll bring up all the Bruins web pages in your web browser.
And what's the difference between a search term and an internet history?
As I said, the search terms are the words you put in to do the search. The history is the actual websites visited.
Using the parameters from the search warrant from December 25th of 2022 to January 8th of 2023, were you able to compile the Safari internet search history from the MacBook, which was labeled in your lab as item number 3?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to create a physical printout binder of that?
Yes, that's what this is here.
Your Honor, that has been pre-marked as exhibit number 79, this binder.
Are you offering it?
I am offering it as the next exhibit, please.
I'll see counsel at the side of the bench.
Joe, any thoughts on this sidebar here?
No. Do you?
Not really. I am just taking care of a little bit of work that I got to get done as I'm listening in here. But obviously, Brian Walshe is taking copious notes. I have not seen the. Has anyone seen the rosary beads today? If you have,
He doesn't have them today. Yesterday they were on his right hand, so every time he picked up his hand or his arm, you would see them. They were wrapped around. I described it like a talisman yesterday. I'd never seen anybody use rosary beads that way.
What I mean, why do you think from one day to the next, if he's truly a religious Catholic here with his rosary beads, why would he have them one day but not the next day?
Well, let me say, most religious Catholics I know don't go around murdering wives and chopping them up. But that aside,
that's a good point.
that aside, assuming he was genuinely maybe remorseful or looking at his responsibility, it may well be that his defense lawyers advised him not to. It could be that the prosecutor went to the judge and said, I don't want to make a big deal of it in front of the jury, but can somebody, advise him not to? It might be that they itched and he decided not to use them the next day. I mean, who knows? I doubt we'll ever know. But I do think, and I've been thinking about this, I wondered yesterday and talked about it, what the impact of the rosary beads was going to be on the jury. And we had gotten a question in the chat. And today I'm wondering if the jurors were looking yesterday and he had them and now he doesn't, what they're making of that. So I think he would have been better off not having them at all than doing that they were on and now they're off.
Yeah, that's what I think too. They're going to be wondering, is this guy just doing it for show? The irony also of having 2 bottles of hand sanitizer next to a guy who didn't seem to mind carving up his wife is
it's just
interesting in and of itself. But Trooper Nicholas Guarino here again, who probably from the Karen retrial, the name, he did talk about how he assisted with the search of the home, and he himself helped seize 3 MacBooks, 2 iPhones, 3 iPads. And we know he was doing a lot of these Google searches on, I believe, the 6-year-old's iPad. But do you think we're going to find out more searches than have been made to the public so far, if you had to guess?
I don't think so. I think it's all out there because if they were going to be doing any motions to suppress, we'd certainly know. Um, so I would be surprised if there's more. But I suppose it's always possible that something may not have been made public and will now be public once it's presented at the trial.
So it's always interesting to me, by the way, how suddenly people who are not religious become very religious. I was just thinking the Alexander brothers, who are set to go on trial, I believe in January, if the trial date is still set. I have to check that. I remember they were in federal court less than a year ago, and their father, they're Jewish, of the
Yeah.
Jewish faith, he does not wear a yarmulke on his head, but in court he was. And I remember thinking to myself, that's interesting. He needed, I
Don't
always,
they say that on your deathbed, a lot of people get religious?
yeah, you know where else they get really religious, Joe? When they're sitting in a aluminum cylinder, as I was on an airplane yesterday. I talked to God quite a bit on those airplanes, and so far it's worked. But I should probably be talking more often. But I was making a point.
Yeah, probably give you more impact if you were doing it regularly than if
Yeah.
you only checked in.
Yeah. By the way, not to get into gender issues, but Carm always refers to the man upstairs as the woman upstairs. So I had a conversation with her, according to Carm. Yes, I always make sure, at least I'm thanking her or the higher power, both before taking off and then once I land. I usually give another thank you. And I guess if I was in court on trial for murder, I would be doing that as well.
Yes, but my advice is it would be better to be doing that before so you don't get into a situation where you're on trial for murder.
By the way, Tiger Lily, I can't imagine Joel on a plane. Poor I'm actually, I'm surprisingly good on a plane. I actually slept a good amount of the way, and the COE pointed that out to me.
The statistics are you're more likely to get killed in a car accident than in an airplane crash.
Much, much more. Although
Yeah.
it's like yeah, she's pointing stuff out right now. The much better chance. Although I don't know, every time. How do these planes not run into each other, Joe Pachuto? There's so many planes in the sky at one
No,
time.
they just go down on their own.
Yeah, that too. Or you had the thing at Reagan a couple months back or a year ago when it hit the helicopter, but that's a whole other story. So
look at Brian Walshe now. He doesn't even move.
Yeah.
But now he did.
Yeah, it's I gotta say, like, I would love to crack open this head. Like, how do you even sit knowing what you did? Forget the murder part. Let's say we just take his story and he was scared and he dismembered her. How do you just sit in court knowing you dismembered a body? It's so bizarre to me, these people.
Yeah, I have no clue. No clue.
Yeah, very, very weird. So we're at a prolonged sidebar here, which is why I'm talking about praying to God in an airplane. But we will come back from this sidebar. Believe it or not, I am doing STS stuff behind the scenes. The lawyers are
Here we
walking
come.
back. The mic is hot again.
Sorry.
Well, we were coming back. Now we're going back up. She, by the way, takes a lunch break at 1 to 2.
1 to 2, yeah.
Yeah.
Just a reminder. Number one, you can subscribe to Joe's brand new YouTube channel, Prof. Joe Explains. There you go. And then tonight, Joe, you're doing a recap at 5. Is that it?
Yeah, and then I'm going to be on with you, I think.
Oh, awesome. Okay, so
Yeah.
Joe's coming on with us at 7. She's doing a recap on Prof. Joe Explains, so you better subscribe there. That's at 5. 7 o'clock, we are doing a live recap, and then I'll be dropping a Luigi Mangione video
Good.
at some point later tonight as well. And as I said before, we're staying on top of the other things. I feel like Thanksgiving was late. Like all of a sudden it's December 2nd, and
Yeah.
now it's like
Yeah.
almost Hanukkah, Christmas time. What's going on, Joe? Can you?
I don't know. You got to give me a little context here.
Are you going away for the holidays, Joe?
No.
You're sticking around.
I'm sticking around. Yep.
I picture you going into the city to check out like Broadway shows and doing.
Well,
cultural
we're going to
things.
go in, Cirque du Soleil is doing a Christmas show at the Garden. So
Oh, that's cool.
I'll go in and see that, which should be fun.
Yeah, that's awesome. Look at that. One of the things he's looking a little better, but this guy in general to me just doesn't look like a person.
Noting
you
the
love if
defense
you-
Not bad coloring.
and the ruling I made at the side of the bench, that exhibit will be marked and is now in evidence as exhibit 79.
79, please.
That's item 3.
Sweden is in the house. Sweden, you don't want to go to LA. It's one of the
That is
coldest places
correct.
I've ever
It's
been.
item 3
LA.
extraction report, the gray MacBook Pro.
The sun goes down in LA and it's like minus 90.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that item 79 be published to the jury through the screens now because it's so big.
All right, so jurors, can everyone, I know that you can all see because you would have raised your hand previously, but previously we've been looking at documents and we've been zooming in. Anybody having any difficulty? Or number 9, you're probably the farthest away from the screen. Yeah. You all set? All right, and say for juror number 1. Good. All right, let me know if that changes. Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, I'm going to ask now that we show page 526 of the binder marked Exhibit 79. Trooper, what does URL mean?
The URL is the website that the user is on.
And what is the last visited date and time?
That is the last time the user had accessed the website.
And what is UTC?
UTC is a worldwide time code to make it easier when we look at devices. So we would have to minus 5 hours to get to Eastern Standard Time. So if you look here where it says last date and time visited, UTC-0500, that is showing that I've minus the 5 hours.
So the software has done that for us. You've checked off something so the software does that.
Yes, that's correct. Because during the summertime, it would be minus 4 hours. So we want to make sure we're in the right time zone.
What is the title?
Title is the name of the website. If you looked at the top of like the web browser bar, that would be the title.
And who created the title of the web page?
That's done automatically through the website.
What is the visit count?
Visit count is how many times the user has visited that website.
What is the visit source?
So the visit source is where the source of the information was pulled from. So this one here says locally browsed. That means it originated on this MacBook.
What is source? Not visit source, just source.
So the source shows the APFS container is the hard drive. It has a string of numbers and letters, users, B. Walshe, library, Safari. So it's showing where in the database it's pulling this information from.
And that's that. So I can see it says history.db that you had previously told us about.
Yes. So it's going down folder wise. So the library is the main folder, then it'll go into the Safari folder, and then the history database of Safari.
What is location?
Location, again, is it's the location of the items in that database where they're located in it.
Specifically within the history DB database or whatever database it is?
That's correct.
What is What is evidence number? I think I skipped over that, sorry.
Yeah, no, the evidence number is just the name of the disk, the hard drive, the image that we created.
Because this is a forensic software.
Yes.
Okay. What is recovery method?
The recovery method is how the information was pulled from the data extraction. So there's two options, parsing or carving. Parsing just pulls the immediate information that the tool sees, where carve goes deeper into the database to try to find stuff to pull the information. It's just different locations and different means of getting the information so I can see it.
What is item ID?
The item ID is the ID number for this whole image we're seeing.
Now, often there are two records with the same time when you go down in the records.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see the exact same time. Why is that?
So this one here shows parsing. If you scroll down to record 1953, it's the same date and time stamp as the top one. It's just the recovery method is showing carving. So it's gone to a different area of the database and pulled it from a different location.
So does that mean that the search was done twice? But
nope, it's just how Apple has a program to store information.
Okay. Can you give us an analogy about that? Can you explain why that is? Is it like a...
Yeah, so if you think of databases, if you're familiar with like Excel spreadsheets, that's basically all this is. It's different rows and columns of information, and it's where the software is pulling the information from. It's different rows and columns, that's all.
Thank you. So I'd like to look at page 526, record 1952. What is the title?
Best ways to dispose of a body - Google search.
What time and date?
This is done on January 1st, 2023 at 4:52:16 a.m.
And that's Eastern Standard Time.
That's correct.
What is the URL?
I'll just do the beginning part. It shows www.google.com/search with the query equals best plus way plus to dispose of a body. Showing the client Safari, and then it has a whole list of letters and numbers and everything else after.
And what does that mean?
Well, it shows that it was done, the search was done through Google, and the query words where it says Q equals best way to dispose of a body, that means that the user input those specific terms and hit enter to create the search to happen.
Okay. So beginning at page 527, if we look at record 1956. See that?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we go to page 533, record one, to page 533, record
1980.
Let me just check it. $1981. Can you explain what the pages are in the title? Can you tell me the title?
Yes. So the title for this one is 10 ways to dispose of a dead body, in parentheses, if you really need to. It says -page 6. So that page 6 means they're on the 6th page of the website. So the website will break it down so you're not scrolling a million pages long. So you're usually at the end of the page, you'll see next page, you'll click that and it goes to the next part of the website for the story or however it goes. So that page 6 indicates that they're on the 6th page of the website, and they do this for advertising reasons and, like I said, keeping things short or concise.
So earlier in the records, if we had started at page 527, 1956, that was Page 527, 1956 was just regular.
Yes, that's doesn't have a page number, but it looks like it's the opening page to the website for whataculture.com, offbeat 10 ways to dispose of a body.
And then if we went to 528, 1962, what would the title be?
10 ways to dispose of a body, if you really need to, dash page 2, the second page of the article.
Okay, so what does that indicate?
That the user clicked to go to that next page, then showing that also that the visit count is 4, so it's per the user's been there before.
Thank you. Looking at page 534, record 1986. What is the title?
How long before a body starts to smell? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 4:55:25 a.m.
And what does Google search indicate there to you?
Again, that the user input how long before before a body starts to smell and did the actual web search.
Looking at page 547, record 2029. What is the title?
How long for someone to be missing to inheritance? Yahoo search results.
What time and date?
That was on January 1st, 2023 at 6:24:44 a.m.
And what does Yahoo search results indicate?
This was done on a Yahoo search engine.
So you previously explained Google search. Can you explain Yahoo search?
It's the same thing. It's just a different search engine that the user can utilize to search whatever they're looking for.
Looking at page 543, record 2014. Can you tell me what that title is?
It's the same whataculture.com article, 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to, page 7.
And what is the time and date for this?
January 1st, 2023 at 5:47:38 a.m.
So what does this indicate?
Again, a user had physically gone to page 7 of this article on the website.
And is this at a different time than had gone to the article pages 1 through 6 that we previously saw?
Yes, I believe there was a 45 or an hour difference.
And if we go to page 545 and 545 into 546, what page does this article end on?
Record 2023 shows it at page 11. Does it go to the following page? Yeah, that's where it ends. Yeah, page 11 at 5:48:22 a.m.
And what is the significance of that, seeing that page 11?
As I said, that the user physically went 11 pages deep into this article.
Looking at page 547, record 2031, what is the title?
How long for someone to be missing to be dead? Yahoo search results.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 6:25:17 a.m.
Looking at page 563, record 2082. What is the title?
Title is Tishman Spire, Washington, D.C. head, Yahoo search results.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 7:46 a.m.
And you are familiar with these searches. There are multiple searches about Tishman Spire, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what is the title of the search on page 567, record 2096?
This is Lowe's dash Google search.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 7:48:04 a.m.
What is the title on page 576, record 2125?
Uh,
2125, 576.
should be down further.
Sorry, Ms. Gilman, I know I'm asking a lot.
There we go.
Thank you. What is the title?
Title is How Long Does DNA Last? Which is a Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:33:49 a.m.
Trooper, what is...
Object, Judge, in this sidebar first.
Yes.
There were some comments earlier about aggressive presentation by the defense.
Yep.
Her soothing way of asking questions is what would drive me nuts.
What we're starting to hear too about these Google searches, best way to dispose of a body, how long before a body starts to smell. One of these, he gets 11 pages deep into the article, but there are other searches I don't have right in front of me that are, these would be damning under any circumstances, but given the plea to the lesser charges, you can quote unquote make sense of them, even though you really can't. But they're going to be more damning.
It's interesting that he duplicated them. He did at least one of them on Google and then went over to Yahoo and asked the same question. I heard this.
Yeah, that lawyer looks thrilled to be next to him right now. Look at her. She's like, how much longer?
Some of what they're asking is everybody, there was a comment about this in the chat. Everybody knows how to do a Google search. Some of the detail I just don't think is needed, and it detracts from, and here's what it said. They're losing the headline in all the little details leading up to it. At least this listener.
It's interesting. I think that I think with any profession, you get caught in like the cycle of what you're supposed to do. And that includes lawyering. You're just taught to, no offense to you, Joe, but you're taught a certain way and you get into that rhythm of just covering, dotting all your I's and crossing all your T's, where maybe it doesn't have to be as comprehensive as what they're doing in this particular case. But I think, I think you're trained.
I hear you, but we also teach relevance and focusing on what's persuasive and getting to the nub of things and not going off onto the twig and then onto the little twig and then onto the leaf. And making some judgment call. The jury certainly needs to know that this guy's an expert. He knows what he's talking about. The general idea of how this works, but I just don't think that all this detail on, how a Google search actually works really is needed for anything. And you want to focus on, and here's what it said, 10 ways to dispose of a body if you really need to.
Joe, how long do you think this trial goes before we get
Well,
back?
if they're doing this, that's going to be a while.
Well, before they were doing this, what would you have guessed?
I think, what did the judge say? 2 to 3 weeks. And I thought that was a little long, but, you know, I'd have never seen the witness
We were
list.
at record number 2125, page 578.
Yeah, if done well, I think this could be done.
If we could please have record
Agree.
2125 on page 578. And for the record, we're showing a PDF, which is the same version that the printed out version of the exhibit, which the jury will have.
All right.
Thank you. What is the title on page 578, record 2125?
How long does DNA last? Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:33:49 a.m.
And there is a line, redirect URL. What is that?
So if you look at the redirect URL is when you explain this. You're going to a website and you click on it, but it redirects you to a separate, not a separate website, but something similar. So if you look, it says, slate.news, it's an article, but it says, is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? So it's similar search terms, but not exactly what you search. So it's redirecting you to similar items. The website's doing that, I should say. It's not the user doing it.
So the browser is sending you to a suggested website?
That's correct. So I'm sure people have done this. Those who haven't, that when you go to type in something in your phone or your MacBook, it gives you those suggested terms. That's similar to what this is.
Thank you. So if we look at record 2127 on that same page, 578, what is the title?
Sorry, 2127 you said?
Yes, please.
Sorry. Is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? ?
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:34:39 a.m.
Did the user go directly there or was the user redirected?
From this, it looks that the user was redirected from the original search term items that they put in.
And did the user stay on that website?
It shows visit count 1. If you can go down just to the next couple, I could tell time difference wise. Down one more. The next search is done approximately a minute later. So it would stand that this website was up for a short amount of time and then the next search was done.
So what does that mean?
They were there for about a minute and then the next search comes in at 9:35:52.
Thank you. What is the title on page 579, record 2129?
Can identification be made on partial human remains? Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:35:52 a.m.
What is the title on page 583, record 2141?
How to dispose of a cell phone? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:59:25 a.m.
What is the title on page 584, record 2144?
How to dispose of a computer? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:59:55 a.m.
What is the title on page 589, record 2159?
I am a user on my wife's credit card. She is missing. Can I still use the card? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:29:16 a.m.
What is the title on page 591, record 2166?
My wife is missing. What should I do? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:29:59 a.m.
What is the title on page 592 into 593, record 2170?
Yeah, title is Your Spouse is Missing and You Want a Divorce / Hello Divorce.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:49 a.m.
What is the title on page 596, record 2185?
Best ways to dispose of body parts after murder. Yahoo search results.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023, 11:28:43 a.m.
What is the title on page 597, record 2189?
6 ways to dispose of a body - murder, murder, murder.
And what is the URL?
www.murdermurdermurder.com/blog. 2017 522 6 ways to dispose of a body.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:28:47 a.m.
What is the title on page 596, record 2193?
Patrick Kearney. Google search.
Did you review that search?
Yes, I did.
Who is Patrick Kearney?
He was named the trash bag killer. He would murder victims and throw their corpses away into trash bags.
What is the time and date?
Objection.
Want to be heard?
Yes.
Let's see at the side.
Well, he's not objecting to time and date, clearly. At least I don't think he is, unless this is going to be something like December 30 or December 31. That murder. I mean, he's just done what he's done, and he's Google searching, and then he's joking. Murder. Gosh.
Someone said the jury is ready to deliberate. And then he's referencing the trash bag killer. Yeah, I'm just thinking, Joe, I think that the government, the Commonwealth here would be doing themselves a disservice by dragging this out. I think that, you just have to make your points
and get out.
Make the salient points and don't drag it out. You're going to have the jurors on your side. I think less is more here.
I agree.
The longer, you keep a jury here for 3 weeks, they start to wander. I'm just thinking back to, obviously, the cases we cover most closely and most recently, Charlie and Donna Adelson. Those trials, neither of them went past 8 days in total. And this, to me, is a quote-unquote slam dunk compared to those.
Yeah, but you remember in Georgia Cappleman on the police interviews there, they cut them down.
Yes.
It didn't run from start to finish a 2-hour interview that maybe had 15 minutes in there that you really needed to hear. So this
agreed.
Is a
I don't know.
style.
I don't know if it's stylistic, if it's lazy, they don't have the resources. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either.
You always hear, like Tallahassee, by the way, Leon County. I know it's a well-oiled machine. They might not have the biggest state attorney's office, but it's a well-oiled machine. But in some of these prosecution office, prosecutor's offices, Joe, I don't know if it's just that they don't have the resources, and so the prosecutors like, all right, let me just take this entire interview because I have no one here to edit it down. I have no idea.
That's a good point. It's a really good point. There was a person in the chat, Pete4988, who said he won something along the lines of wondering why we also didn't learn how somebody types on a keyboard to do a Google search.
Yeah.
And I thought that captured my feelings exactly.
Yeah. This is interesting. Wondering, I mean, is referencing the trash bag killer, is that prejudicial? Because you're now linking him to a serial killer, I guess.
Well, he linked himself to it. I suppose you could argue that it's more prejudicial than probative. But that if that's the objection, he should have made the objection. Well, I guess he didn't know until the question was asked, but he would have had in discovery that was one of the Google searches or Yahoo searches that was done.
Just looking at these.
I think it's interesting that he knew the name of the trash bag killer.
Yeah.
And could Google the name.
Which, by the way, I've never heard of the trash bag
Yeah,
killer.
neither had I.
I don't know if that's a Boston area thing. Let us know in the chat. I'm sure you guys know. Minimum sentence. That's a good question for disposal of a body. I don't know. After 1.5 days, I still think the mom was involved in the entire thing. Allie, I don't necessarily think you're wrong about that. I just don't know that that's going to become a focal point of this particular trial. Maybe there's something waiting for her after the fact. Who knows? And I guess they've got to be a little bit careful with how they refer to Mama Walshe and all this. And then it says his mommy must be devastated hearing all this. I have a feeling she knew about a good deal of it. Other people are asking who is the trash bag killer. Again, if you haven't, you better do it. You've got to subscribe to Prof Joe Explains. She's going to be doing a recap at 5 o'clock today. Lunch is typically at 1 o'clock. After lunch, I've got a couple things to do, but we're going to be back with a recap tonight at 7. Joe's doing a recap on her channel at 5, but Joe will be here for our recap at 7,
Right.
and then I'm going to bring you a couple other videos.
And the trial, you're still going to be streaming the trial, and I'll comment, even if you've got to run and do other things. Your SDS will still have it. So.
Oh, okay, awesome. Thank you, Joe.
Don't want people to think that you're going off and closing up shop.
No, we will. The shop will be open.
For purposes of the question that was asked, I'm going to strike the last characterization of Mr. Kearney for the article being that about an individual, Mr. Kearney, that killed people and put them back. That's stricken from the record.
Looking at page 603, record 2207. Can you tell me what the title is?
Cleaning up a dead body / Wired YouTube. So it's a YouTube video.
I was just going to say, what is YouTube?
YouTube is a video website where companies can upload whatever videos they want.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:41:50 a.m.
What is the title on page 605, record 2214?
How to clean blood from a wood floor, Google search.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:44:32 a.m.
And then
Now that one, if you remember the defense making the point that the basement floor was concrete. Although the stairs were wood.
page 609, record 2229. What is the title?
Can I use bleach to clean my wood floors from bloodstains? Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:05 a.m.
And what is the title on page 638, record 2321?
You said the title? Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, the title.
What does bleach do to dead bodies? Google search.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:10:07 p.m.
What is the title on page 647, record 2351?
Wait, want to get away with murder? Question mark. Use special detergent / Discover magazine.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:18:03 p.m.
What is the title on page 650, record 2364?
Is it better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them? Google search.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:21:39 p.m.
What is the title on page 657, record 2386?
How to use hydrogen peroxide on bloodstains? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:48:14 p.m.
And what is the title directly below that, record 2387?
How to clean bloodstains with hydrogen peroxide - YouTube. It's a video of those search terms.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:48:43 p.m.
What is the title on page 659, record 2394?
Should I use hydrogen peroxide 8 on bloodstains in concrete? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:53:44 p.m.
What is the title on page 665, record 2413?
Can the FBI tell when you accessed your phone? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 1:43:02 p.m.
What is the title on page 670, record 2430?
Does the dishwasher clean blood? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 1:52:26 p.m.
What is the title on page 671, record 2433?
Is it possible that a knife which had blood on it remains contaminated with HIV after it has been washed with hot water and dishwasher soap - Quora?
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023, 1:52:57 p.m.
What is the title on page 693, record 2502?
How to remove a SIM card from an iPhone? Yahoo search.
What time and date?
January 2nd, 2023 at 2 o'clock in the morning, a.m.
And what follows that search, record 2503?
The Apple support website, remove or switch the SIM card in your iPhone - Apple support.
And what is the date and time for that?
January 2nd, 2023, 2 a.m. in 15 seconds.
What is the title on page 694, record 2507?
How to remove a hard drive from an Apple laptop, Yahoo search results.
And what is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:01:19 a.m.
What is the title on page 699, record 2524?
TJ Maxx near me, Norwell, Yahoo search results.
What is the time and date?
January 2nd, 2023, 5:24:08 a.m.
What is the title on page 717, record 2580?
How long do stores keep security footage? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 2nd, 2023, 10:32:43 a.m.
What is the title on page 724 into 725, record 2608?
How to saw a body? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:27:31 p.m.
What is the title on page 725, record 2610?
How to dismember a body? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:27:43 p.m.
What is the title on page 730, record 2626?
Hacksaw, the best tool for dismembering a body. Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:33:48 p.m.
What is the title on page 733, record 2633?
Details of dismemberment discussed in murder trial / Wayne 15.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:42:59 p.m.
What is the title on page 735, record 2638?
Can you be charged with murder without a body? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:47:01 p.m.
What is the title on page 738, record 2647?
Murder conviction without a body - Wikipedia.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:47:10 p.m.
What is the title on page 738, record 2649?
No corpse, ? No problem. Notable murder convictions without a body - A&E True Crime.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:51:47 p.m.
What is the title on page 745, record 2670? $745,
Right
record
there.
2670.
Actually starts on 744, just so the record's clear.
Thank you very much.
Can you identify a body with broken teeth? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:12:46 p.m.
What is the title on page 746 into 747, record 2674?
Disposing of a body in the trash. Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:14:51 p.m.
What is the title on page 769, record 2747?
Chatham West Apartments rentals dash Brockton MA Zillow.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:34:35 p.m.
What is the title on page 777, record 2768?
The Claremont Apartments Rentals, Abington, Mass. Zillow.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:36:14 p.m.
What is the title on page 787, record 2798?
What powder mask smells the best? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:51:28 p.m.
What is the title on page 797, record 2830?
Can I mix white vinegar to stop smells? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 7:09:03 p.m.
What is the title on page 798, record 2832?
Can baking soda make a dead body smell good? Dash Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:15:55 a.m.
What is the title on page 807, record 2856?
Cleaning up blood without leaving a trace. Dash 5 tips, aftermath services.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 5:03:06 a.m.
What is the title on page 819, record 2900?
Are footprints easy to wash away? Google search.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 6:55:58 a.m.
What is the title on page 858, record 3025?
How long for a dismembered body to decompose? Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:02:23 p.m.
What is the title on page 860, record 3033?
Body found at trash station. Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:05:50 p.m.
What is the title on page 866, record 3056?
Can a body decompose in a plastic bag? Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:12:50 p.m.
What is the title of page 888, record 3127?
Can police get your search history without your computer? Google search.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 7:38 p.m.
What is the title on page 904, record 3184?
Does a cell phone track your historical location? Yahoo search results.
And what is the date and time?
January 4th, 2023, 8:55:27 a.m.
Are there any searches from January 4th at 8:03 p.m. to January 7th at 3:58 p.m.?
I don't believe so. From on the MacBook on?
On the MacBook from January 4th at 8:03 p.m. January 4th to January 7th at 3:58 p.m.
Well, this last search was done at 8:55, so it wouldn't be 8:03.
Okay, so from 8:55 p.m.
I don't believe so. I'd have to see.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Just see that there's more pages. I forget the exact dates. Thank you. Just want to double check. Thank you. There's not.
And then starting at January 7th at 3:58 p.m., what is the first search?
That's listed here. It says Chase credit card login Google search.
And can you give us a page and a record number?
Yes. In the book, page 906, record number 3195.
Thank you. So did you look at any searches prior to January 1st?
Yes.
And I'd like to start with page 521. Looking at page 521, Ms. Gilman. Looking at 521, record 1938. I'm sorry, 1939, please. Trooper, can you tell me what time this occurred?
Yes. It says January 1st, 2023 at 3:49:39 a.m.
And can you tell me what's happening in this record number?
It shows the URL for accounts.google.com for it's like the Gmail, a login through the web.
And going to 1940, record 1940 on the next page, that being 522. Does that continue?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And going to page 524, does that continue until record 1947?
Yes, it does.
And what date and time does that end?
The last one shows January 1st, 2023, 3:50:06 a.m. And then the following is about an hour later.
Thank you. Now looking at page 225 into 226, record H25. Can you tell me the title being looked at?
Yep. It says cheating wife seduces another man to impregnate her. Scarlet scandal, Seth Gamble, erotica x-pornhub.com.
And what is the date and time?
12/27/2022, 12:06:28 a.m.
And this continues on record H26, is that correct?
Yes, it's a duplicate from the previous.
Okay. And 827, could you go down, Ms. Gilman? Could you go down, please?
Yep. It's there. It's the titles on the right there at the top.
Okay. If you could keep going down though, please. Okay. And if you could tell me, if you could keep going down, I'm sorry, to 828. And what is this?
It says chat with Miss_B in a live adult video chat room now.
And what time is that?
12:06:28 a.m. on January 27th, December 27th, 2022.
Okay. And if this continues until record 831, if you could go to 831, please, Ms. Gilman. Is that correct with Pornhub, Trooper?
Yes, it's there for about 7 or so minutes.
Thank you. And page 241 to 242, record 891. What is that title, please?
Best divorce strategies for men, Yahoo search results.
And what is the date?
December 27th, 2022, 8:33:53 p.m.
And page 253, record 935. What is the title, please?
Best date to divorce for a man, Google search.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:51:33 p.m.
And page 256, record 934. What is the title?
It's 9:34 or 9:43?
943, I'm sorry.
Five best and 5 worst states to get divorced in the U.S.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:52 p.m. 8:52:39 p.m.
Thank you. Page 257, record 945. What is the title?
Washington, D.C. divorce laws, Google search.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:54:13 p.m.
And you have the binder exhibit in front of you, but if you look between records 891 and 934, what does the Safari history show to you between those record numbers, 891 and 934? What topic articles are being looked at?
I'm sorry, what number is this one we're on? The divorce laws, if you scroll up?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
This is 945.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If we look at record numbers 891 through 934.
They're all showing websites regarding divorce advice, mistakes in divorce, using verbal abuse, don't split up like this, the 10 stupidest mistakes men make facing divorce. It's all divorce related.
Thank you. So if we look at page 259, record 951. What is the title being looked at?
You scroll down a little more. There. If you scroll back up, I'll just read it from the URL. So it's a Google search for Chase login credit card, and then it does a redirect to the Chase that does it again. It's duplicated.
Okay. And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022 at 8:57:13 p.m.
Okay. And this goes on to record 1026 on page 279 if you look in the binder. Is that correct?
Yes, showing all Chase account information, the Chase website for the account. Yeah.
Trooper, if you look at page 508, record 1890.
Okay.
What is the title?
Replay poker - Google search.
And what is the date and the time?
12/31/2022, 6:53 p.m.
Your Honor, I am about to change topics. Would this be a good time to stop for lunch?
Sure. Jurors, thing out for lunch? No.
All right, so court, please. The notebooks. Hold it.
You may be seated. Any updates on the forecast? Is nothing.
There you go. Forecast nor'easter rolling in.
So maybe no court tomorrow, you think?
I think I'm going to check. It might not be tomorrow. Like it might be tomorrow night, not tonight. Let's look at Boston weather here.
So I was just asking Madam Clerk to check on the weather. It looks like a nothing burger, I'll call it.
Ooh.
So we don't need to be worried about that this afternoon. We'll plan to go right through to 4 o'clock. Anyone need anything to be addressed before I take it off the bench? All right, have a nice lunch.
Dozens of schools have already canceled classes.
For Wednesday or Thursday?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Mainly a rain event. However, there could be significant snow. I don't know what she's talking about. Let's see. Arrives midday. Arrives midday, late AM Tuesday. Looks like there's only going to be snow in higher elevated areas.
Today,
That's
right?
why,
Today,
yeah.
Tuesday, yeah.
Yeah, so I think Boston will be saved from this. So it looks like there will be court. And there goes Brian Walshe getting let out to his little cage to go eat.
So from those dates and times, and the Google questions about disposing of a body and how to dismember a body and all of that, it looks as though she was killed sometime before maybe 4:30, 5:30 on New Year's Day, but then he just hit her somewhere, because it doesn't look as though, if he was checking for advice as to how to do it, that happened, later, in the afternoon and evening on the 1st.
About the dismemberment, you mean?
Yeah, about the dismemberment. So it looks as though there may have been a period of time after the killing before he went on to stage 2, where he was doing all this research.
Yeah. And then just back to this trash bag guy. Apparently he's from a different part of the country. It's curious. I'm curious. I've never heard of that guy, so I'm just curious why he was looking him up specifically.
It's interesting that he would have known him. I'll say one thing, and this is from the perspective of somebody who's done, a number of appeals. The way they identify the exhibits is really terrific for appeal purposes, because if you're in the courtroom and they identify an exhibit and it's up on the screen, it's easy to see it. But when you don't have that and you're trying to write from a transcript, that kind of precision in identifying the exhibit is really gold. And
that is spoken like a true law professor. What do you mean, though? Is there, what do you mean? Is there? I thought there was always like an exhibit number, but what
there is, but you've got to, but from the exhibit numbers, the exhibits don't always go up on appeal, and sometimes there's confusion. They misstate the number. Here, they're giving you the number, the page, a description of the exhibit. It just makes it so much faster when you're trying to go through it and review what happened in the trial and and use the exhibits on appeal, or read what they're doing with the exhibits. It's just, it's like a fail safe in terms of it being accurate.
By the way, one interesting thing that I never mentioned in my book, and I'm only bringing my book up because of Brian Walshe now, but my mother, who was hidden in a Catholic school for boys during World War II, she was taught all her Catholic prayers. And I'm pretty sure at one point in my life, she told me that she learned how to pray the rosaries. So I'm going to ask her that. And if that is true, she can give Brian Walshe tips on how to do it properly.
I'm telling you, you need two hands if you're going to pray it. He wasn't praying it.
Yeah.
He just had it wrapped around. And as I said, you ask your mother, I've never seen anybody just wrap a rosary around her hand and then just leave it there while you're writing and doing other things.
I will ask Harm, and if she knows, I will have her give lessons. It'll be the first Jewish woman, grandmother, to give Brian Walshe lessons on how to pray the rosary. So,
well, I can do the lessons on how to pray it. It's this business of tying it around and walking around. I've never seen it. It's just, I don't believe it. I did like this Guarino when he started, and he said it was 6 years-ish. I've never heard years-ish before. So it was a new one for me.
Years-ish, yeah. I'd like to say this is a new one for me, but it's not. Apparently, my son told my wife they were battling over we got in very late last night, and he told my wife allegedly that he now needs, he's 6 years old, he needs 2 days off after traveling in order to recuperate and get back into the swing
He's your
of things.
son, clearly.
He is my son. However,
he's learned at dad's knee.
However, he said that he will be at either soccer or baseball practice.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's different. That's like not being hungry, but you can go for the dessert without any trouble.
Yes, it's amazing. So he wants 2 days off. But oh, wait, hold on. There were motions filed that we'll discuss this more tonight. But there were motions filed by the I saw that earlier. Basically, what was the motion that was filed? You sent that to me earlier, COE. Let me look it up real quick. By the defense this morning. Did you send that to me, COE?
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Can I get them too so I can print them and read them?
Yeah, COE. Can you
Thanks.
send them to her? And also, let me just check real quick.
So motions today, that's kind of late to be doing this.
Oh, no, I think they filed them before court this morning.
Even so, we're at trial.
Yeah.
It's a second opposition, so we're getting repeat motions.
Yeah, it was
here
a second
too.
opposition to something. I can't find it right now, but I can't read that. We'll discuss it tonight. I see it on the screen, but we'll discuss it tonight.
If I have them, I'll get them read.
All right, I'm going to leave everything as is. I'm going to try to get back for part of the afternoon. If I don't, I'm going to see you guys at 7:00 Eastern tonight. And again, I'm going to do something on Luigi as well. But thank you, Joe. You're the best. Don't forget, you got to subscribe to Professor Joe Patuto's YouTube channel, Prof. Joe Explains.
Thank you. And I will be back at 1 to comment. This has gotten, Joe, you got a better day than we had yesterday, because yesterday was, let me say, slow.
Yeah, there's look at this. I'll take this as a compliment, Joe. Ye, as in Old English, ye are a gas pair. Love you both, from Ireland, I think.
Well, of course that's a compliment. What would you call it?
I don't know. A gas pair is an interesting
you know,
turn of a phrase here. What can you say?
My view is if there's any way to construe something as a compliment as compared to an insult, you always go in the direction of compliment. Never bet against yourself.
100%. All right, all.
We'll be back at 1.
Yeah, at 2, I think, right? 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sounds good.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
You are unmuted.
Thank you. Start with the note. I'm just going to stay here for now.
I can see the lawyers at the side of them.
Hi, Joe. Just want to let you know you're on camera.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks so much for being here.
Hello, everyone. I guess we're waiting for court to start.
Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors entering.
Here we go.
Got one in my head, one in my hands.
Put us back in session. You may be seated.
And you may proceed.
Thank you very much. Marino, I just want to finish with that. Can you just remind me of the exhibit number in front of you on the binder?
Yes, it's Exhibit 79.
I just want to finish with Exhibit 79 with the going back to initially page 598, record 2193. If you could just tell me the title for that.
Yes, Patrick Kearney, Google search.
Okay. And going then to page 600, record 2198.
Yes, this is Patrick Kearney, Wikipedia.
And could you please tell me the date and time for that?
Yes, January 1st, 2023, 11:57 a.m.
And in the course of your investigation, did you do anything to determine who Patrick Kearney was?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do to determine who Patrick Kearney was?
I went to the Wikipedia site that the user of the laptop went to.
And what did you learn?
That Patrick
Oral.
That Patrick Kearney was called the trash bag killer.
Thank you. Trooper, I want to ask you if you were able to, I want to ask you about what day you received your search warrants from the court. You had previously told us that it was January 10th of 2023. Is that correct?
No, I messed up the days.
What date was it?
I got the warrants on January 9th. I did the device extractions on the 10th.
Thank you. So that's still of 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. So, Trooper Carino, you made a forensic copy of the iPad Mini 6. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And that was item number 7 that you gave in the lab. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And after getting that search warrant on January 9th, how did you make the forensic copy of the device of the iPad Mini 6?
So I used Gray Key, which is specialized hardware and software, to extract the information from the device so we could look at it later.
Okay. And what date did you use the Gray Key?
That was January 10th of 2023.
Okay. And can you just explain the process to the jurors of using the Gray Key?
Yes, so we get the device, we plug it into the system. If a passcode is known, you enter the passcode. If not, it has the ability, depending on iOS and Apple product model, to brute force the passcode to guess it. And it can take anywhere from days to years.
Okay. And then once the information is extracted or a copy is made, what do you do with the data?
So we save it from the Gray Key server to our secure server so we can load that into whatever forensic software we want to use to look at it, whether it be Cellbrite or Axiom.
Because it's not in a readable format at that point. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's in an encrypted zip file.
Okay. And where is the actual device now, that iPad Mini 6?
That's at the Norfolk DA's office evidence room.
Okay. And after you made the forensic copy, then what did you do?
So the device would stay in evidence, and then we would load that, like as I said, into our forensic software to start looking at the information.
And what software did you use?
I used Cellbrite for this one, their
Okay.
physical analyzer.
Trooper, had you previously examined this device, that same device, the iPad Mini 6?
Yes, I had.
And when was that?
January 7th of 2023.
And how did you have possession of the iPad Mini 6?
It was given to us by Brian Walshe, the police.
And what forensic tool did you use when you first examined the iPad Mini that Brian Walshe gave to you?
I used the same products. I used Gray Key for the extraction and then Cellbrite Physical Analyzer to view the data.
And at that time, did you have the password?
Yes, I did.
And what was the password for that device?
121212.
And after making a forensic copy of the data, what did you do with the iPad that the police received from Brian Walshe on January 7th?
Devices were returned to Brian Walshe.
And was that same device in the Walshe residence on January 8th when you executed the search warrant?
Yes, it was.
And how do you know that it was the same device?
So when we plug a system into Graykey, it creates a progress report showing the date and time that we plugged it in, the process it goes through, and creates a PDF. When we plug that same device in days later, as long as the extraction has been deleted off the server, it rereads and knows this is the same device, same serial number. The hash value for the information may be different because time has changed, so user input and changes to the device will show. So,
but the serial number is the same.
Yeah, serial number is the same. The Apple ID, the model number, all that stays the same.
And who assigns the serial number?
Apple, when it's manufactured.
Okay. So when you examined the device on January 10th, after the search warrant issued, did you determine who the iPad, whose Apple ID, for this iPad, whose Apple ID was associated with it?
Yes, I did.
And what was the Apple ID?
brw@tensaleconsulting.com.
And was there a device name?
Yes, Brian's iPad.
And when you first examined the iPad Mini 6 on January 7th, what was the Apple ID?
The same, brw@tensaleconsulting.
And what was the device name?
Again, the same, Brian's iPad.
Were you limited in the dates that the search warrant allowed you to examine?
Yes.
Objection?
Sure.
Another sidebar. The earlier sidebar this morning clearly was about that information that they just started with at the head of this afternoon about Patrick Kearney. They were the objection stopped them this morning, and she brought that in right when we began. Sorry, I'm getting my words all garbled. So that objection obviously was overruled. And now we'll see whether the defense has any more success with this one. So I hope everybody had a good lunch, a nice break, and is back raring to hear more of this testimony. I thought once we got past all that, learning all about every single search engine and everything else, that the reporting or the sharing the information about what he was searching for was pretty impactful. The only thing I wish would have been that that the officer, Guarino, I think his name is, had read those messages or the queries just a little slower. He read them in the same way he was doing everything else, with a pretty fast pace. And I'm sure the jury heard them and it registered with them, and there was one after another and another of them. So clearly it registered, but I think it would have been nice if he had just been a little slower. That would be, if he was asking me for a critique, that would be my critique. But we know he hasn't asked, and I doubt he ever would. So my critique, it runs into the Ethernet, and of course you heard it. So I at least had some listener hear it. So it's supposed to snow, but it looks like they may be able to go tomorrow. I was hoping they wouldn't, because I've got an unbreakable conflict tomorrow, and so I can't watch the trial with you, and I won't be able to do a recap because I won't have anything to recap, and I won't be able to do the recap on STS for the same reason. So I'm going to be out of pocket all day, and I'm really sorry about it, because this trial is now providing some interesting watch information, and I'm really sorry I'm going to miss some of it. But if you have some questions and you give me enough context, you can get me on Ask Prof. Joe at gmail.com, and I will try to address them. But remember, I will not have seen the trial, so you have to give me a lot of context if there's something you want me to try to address. I'm willing to try. I'm just giving you my caveat ahead of time as to how good I'm going to be able to be, which obviously you could figure out on your own if I'm not there tomorrow. I can't really respond very well to what happens. This is a long sidebar for what I wouldn't have thought was a very significant objection. So I guess I'm wrong. Either that or they're talking about dinner plans while they're there. You remember the scene from Bull Durham where they're all on the pitcher's mound, and when you watch a baseball game and all the players on the mound, you think they're having some really insightful conversation about how to pitch to the hitter and where the outfielder should position themselves and where the infielder should position themselves. And in the movie, they were talking about what wedding gift to buy for a player. And I think of it whenever I see players on the mound. And actually, when I see lawyers go to sidebar, it's this thought that crops up. And I'm sure it's not happening, but the thought unbidden arrives in my brain. And when it's unbidden, there's really no way to block it off. If you bid, you just don't invite to get it. But when it comes in unbidden, there's nothing you can do. You can push it out again, but it has arrived. And so then the thought's there. So I'm looking here to see if there are any questions, and I don't see any. There was a question about Proctor, and I wrote something about it, but I will say here that the Commonwealth has no intention of calling him, and I don't think the defense will, and I don't think he had a very primary role in this investigation. And you heard a little bit of a clip when he was one of the interviewers when Brian Walshe was interviewed, and I think that one was maybe on January 7th, but that may be his only appearance in this trial. Then let's see. I saw the same thing over here. And if you've got questions, just put a triple Q, because I'm trying to look at them, and a triple Q would help. I can't guarantee even with a triple Q because they move so fast, but with a triple Q, I at least have a better shot at seeing it. Oh, and Forensic RNN said she had a Chipotle fajita bowl for lunch. That sounds really good. Did you go out for lunch, or did you actually make that? I could not make a Chipotle fajita bowl. I know. I like them, but I don't know that I'd be able to do one. And Kathy Barela or Barela is probably what it is, 4304. Is telling me she's glad I have my own show. Thank you very much. So am I. And I hope it measures up to what you're expecting and meets what you want. And there were other hellos and nice comments, but they were running through too fast this morning. So although I can't identify you by name, I am really grateful, and I thank you very much for giving me a chance and for expecting that you'll enjoy it. That's really kind of gratifying to me. Let's see. I bet I can, SN7638 says she bets I can make some amazing food. I can do a lot of different Italian dishes. I don't often do them because it's time consuming, or some of them are, but yeah, I can. I'm not pretty when I make food. I mean, I've got friends who do it, so it's just gorgeous when it's made. And I'm less interested in how it looks. I focus on how it's going to taste. And the sort of the presentation is secondary with me. I'm not suggesting it should be. It's nice to have secondary, the presentation, but I don't spend a lot of time with it. There was a question that was just, there it is. What do I think of Brian's chances of getting off? I've heard people think that there's a chance, Kathy Barala, 4304, but I think there are none. I mean, it's hard for me to believe that anybody with common sense, hearing the defense as we think it's going to be, would conclude anything other than he killed her. So I'm on record. And I don't want to be, well, let's not even go there. I think the jury will come back with a guilty verdict. So, and Charlie Barrow 7086, thank you very much. I appreciate the comment again. I appreciate all of them. Okay. Oh, there it is. Rosanna Vitali 992T22 says presentation is interesting, but taste is vital. And that is true. But many of us do both. They're not as lazy as I. Okay. Craig Brown M3F. Oh, bringing back memories of the O.J. Simpson case. Let's blame the victim. I don't think he's done a lot of victim blaming yet. Maybe that will come. I don't think it would be a good idea here, but okay. Lisa Cox 1480. We agree. No way he's getting out of this. It would be a real surprise to me. And let's see who else is. No questions, huh? Here we have some time because they're having the longest sidebar. I was going to say in history, but clearly that isn't true. And so I have a chance to actually look at them. And I'm not getting any. You're failing on the job, you proffers and others. Actually, there's probably not a lot really to ask questions about. We just haven't gotten very far into this yet. I will say, and I made a quick comment this morning, he's quite the researcher. When he has something he needs to do, my God, every minute or 2 minutes, he's asking another question. He really wanted to get the cover up done well, and he didn't, as it turns out, but he really wanted to. Oh, Abby LS70 is also doing fajitas. What is this, Mexico Day, and nobody told me about it?
Trooper, the warrant that you wrote, that you sought, you limited the dates to 12/25/22 through January 8th of 2023 for the data that you could look at. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so you followed those dates when you were doing your search?
Yes, you're able to edit the information down to that set time frame.
And so you did an examination of the web history for the iPad mini, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you did it for both initially for when Mr. Walsh had given you the device, and then you did it again when you sought a search warrant. You did 2 extractions of that and analysis, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And Your Honor, that has been marked as exhibit number 8. Previously as exhibit number 8.
And noting the prior objections, any new objections?
She is good with the record.
That's item number 7, is that correct?
That is item number 7, the iPad mini. Thank you.
Okay, so I now marked and in evidence as exhibit 80 is the extraction for item 7, the
Thank you. And my
iPad mini 6.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And Trooper, I'll show you the cover has report 1 and report 2. And there's a yellow piece of paper that divides them.
Okay.
Can you just tell me the difference, report 1 and report 2, when those were done?
Yes. So report 1 was just an extraction of the web history that I created to send out in email format on January 7th. And just go to the next page here.
So that was from when Brian Walshe gave police the device.
That's correct.
And report 2?
Yes, let me just get to it. And report 2 is post that. This has a date of 11/10 10/2025 using, again, physical analyzer for the web history.
Okay, and that's from the search warrant content, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and what makes the PDF reports different besides one was given to police and one was based on a search warrant?
Yeah, so Cellbrite and all of these companies, they come out with constant software updates. This is a far older version of Cellbrite that I used. This is just a newer version, so it might have some columns extra that the older version didn't have.
So you're pointing, and if
I'm
you
sorry,
could just
yes.
if you could just use your words.
Yes. Yeah, so each report has different columns. It's the same information, but it's just extra. It may have an extra column of information. That's the only difference.
So the second report in the file, that software was updated, is what you're saying?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay. So you said that the binder contains the web history from the iPad. So those are the same? The web history is the same?
Yes, I nothing was taken out from the web history. It's whatever was there from that date and time frame.
Okay. And the binder, you said that the binder contains the web history from the iPad. And what had you looked at with the MacBook? Also web history?
Yes, it's the Safari Web. It's just called a little different in Axiom, just how they name it.
Okay. And what did you find between the MacBook and the iPad web history?
So the web history for the iPad, other than numerous more YouTube videos, had the same searches that we saw that are in the MacBook.
Were you able to determine which device, the laptop, meaning the MacBook, or the iPad, the searches originated from?
Yes, I was.
How?
So initially, I had only looked at the iPad first and had believed that they possibly had come from that. By extracting the database from each device and then loading it into a SQLite browser, which is another program to just view the databases, I was able to see that the MacBook had a designation of 0, showing that it originated on the MacBook, whereas the iPad did not have that. It had an unknown source.
Okay. And what did that indicate to you?
That the MacBook, all of these searches that were done on the MacBook were native to that machine, not from another device coming over.
So what did that indicate that had happened with the iPad?
Well, that due to the Apple IDs being the same in both devices, the iPad during setup must have had the sync function on because it was able to sync the web history to the iPad, but not the iPad to the MacBook.
And what does sync mean?
Synchronize. Apple makes their products so if you use the same Apple ID on your phone, your laptop, and your iPad, it shares all the information so you're not constantly switching between devices.
If a user does not change the settings, the data can sync across devices that are signed in with the same Apple ID. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So if you look back at the big binder, that being Exhibit 79, and you look at like record 2365 on page 650. Thank you. It says.
What's the record number we're looking at?
2365, Your Honor. It says in the, I'm sorry, if you could go up, Ms. Gilman. Yeah, 2364, I should have said. In that URL, it says channel equals iPad _ BM and source. What does that mean?
So it's reading that channel is iPad _ BM. BM stands for bookmark or favorites. So it's that the Google search engine is a favorite in the iPad.
Does that show that the search originated on the iPad then?
No.
So why is that appearing?
I'm not 100% sure of how or why Apple codes it this way, but it's that the iPad and the MacBook are synced. So the iPad has Google as its saved bookmark search engine.
Thank you. You could take that down. Thank you very much. Did you forensically copy the iPhone 13 mini and iPhone SE pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes.
And these are Apple products?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And are you familiar with an iMessage?
Yes, I am.
And what is the difference between an iMessage and a text message?
So the iMessage is going from Apple device to Apple device, whereas a text message is going Apple device to an Android. You'll know this if you have an Apple phone, you get the blue messages. And if you send it to someone who doesn't have an Apple phone, you're getting the text box is green.
So what was the process that you followed to make a forensic copy of the phones?
The same as the iPad, plugged it into GrayKey, did the extraction, and then from there saved it to our server and would be able to load it up later into Cellbrite to analyze it.
Same process.
That's exactly right.
Okay. And could you forensically copy both phones at the same time?
No, as I said, we only have one GrayKey machine, so we have to do one device at a time.
Okay. And then were you able to look at the device on a program like Cellbrite?
Yes, that's what I use, Cellbrite Physical Analyzer.
And had you previously viewed the data on the iPhone Mini 13?
I did a cursory look with Trooper Connor Keefe, but I didn't go deep into it.
Okay. And how had you accessed the iPhone 13 Mini previously?
The iPhone, the same way. It's through GrayKey, downloaded it, and Cellbrite Physical Analyzer to view it.
But had Mr. Walsh given that to police?
Oh, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And when was that?
January 6th or 7th? January 6th, I'm sorry.
Okay.
2023.
And you had worked, you said, with Trooper Keefe on that?
That's correct.
All right. And did you have a password for that iPhone 13 Mini?
Yes, we did.
And what was that password?
1975-12.
And were you able to determine a phone number for that iPhone 13 Mini?
Yes, I was.
And do you know the phone number?
Yes.
And what is that phone number?
617-939-8646.
And what is the Apple ID for that phone?
So there were two listed, Diana_Walsh at Comcast.net, I believe, and then Brian R. Walsh at gmail.com.
So that's not the same as the MacBook and the iPad.
No, that's correct.
So what's the significance of that?
Well, that the phone wouldn't sync to those other two devices.
Did you examine the device to see if the iPhone Mini 13 was used on January 1st and 2nd of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I pared it down by date and then looked at the device events.
And were you able to prepare a report?
Yes, I was.
And how did you prepare that report?
I exported the device events from the phone from Cellbrite Physical Analyzer to PDF.
John, that's previously marked as Exhibit 81.
Any new objections?
No.
What's the item number on this one, since that's what I've been keeping track of these?
Oh, the item number on this one is five.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The extraction for item 5, the iPhone 13 mini, is now in evidence. It's Exhibit 81.
Your Honor, might Ms. Gilman display this?
She may.
Thank you. If you could just do the top columns. Thank you. Trooper, what is event type?
The event type is what the phone records, what it did. So shown here, device lock status.
What is value?
What happened with the phone. So showing, the first one is showing unlocked.
What is additional information?
If the phone recorded any additional information, the cow was plugged in or anything, it would show in this column here.
What is AC charger? If you could go down just a little bit, Ms. Gilman. A little bit more. Keep going to AC charger.
Yeah.
Thank you. What is AC charger?
So line 5 shows the charging method, and it shows that it was plugged into an AC wall charger.
What is that?
Like when you plug in at home to your alternating current in the wall.
Thank you.
Sorry.
What is USB port?
That's the charging method. It was plugged via USB port to charge the phone.
What is source?
The source is the location of where the information came from the device, like how it recorded it.
So there are two options, I believe. If we could see knowledge C and biome.
Yes, it's two different locations, how Apple stores data. Knowledge C is the main database. Biome is a secondary repository for the information.
And what is deleted?
If the event was deleted from the phone.
Going through the report, what event was associated with this device on January 1st, 2023 at 7:57 a.m.? And these are all converted UTC times, correct, for Eastern Standard Time?
That's correct. If you look, it says UTC -5 in the parentheses.
Thank you. So 7:57 a.m. So that's device number 2?
Yes. So it shows 1 and 2 show the same items. 1 just shows the start time, 7:57 a.m. The device lock status, the phone was unlocked.
And how long was it unlocked?
Approximately 2 minutes.
And what time does the device become locked?
7:59:45 a.m.
And after the device becomes locked, what happens next to it?
8:09:12 a.m. on January 1st, it is plugged in.
And then what happened?
It recorded 2 charging things 2 seconds apart. And then after at 11:23 a.m., the device is unlocked again.
Okay, and then what happens?
It is then locked at 11:24:15.
And then what happens?
The device is 12:38:40. It's unlocked again on the 1st.
And then what happens?
And then it's locked again at 12:39:20 on the 1st.
And then does the phone get unlocked?
Yes, 12:45:20.
And then what happens?
And locked again at 12:46:49.
And then what happens?
It is unplugged on the 1st at 1:42:02 p.m. And then unlocked on January 2nd at 2:25 p.m.
How can an iPhone be unlocked?
There's 2 ways, Face ID or by inputting the passcode.
Trooper, in addition to your digital forensics work on this case, did you transport evidence from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to the crime lab?
Yes, I did.
And generally, what did you pick up?
I believe there was 7 bags of rug, some metal tissue, and I believe hair.
And how large were those bags?
The bags of rug were like not as big as a long leaf bag, but a large brown bag, and the other ones were smaller.
And when was that?
January 11th of 2023.
And where did you take those?
To the Maynard Crime Lab.
And what did you do when you arrived at the lab?
I turned them over to Crime Lab staff and filled out their intake paperwork.
And did you submit those for processing?
Yes, that's correct.
And you got a receipt for that you
Yes.
dropped those off?
Yes, they gave me a copy of the intake form.
If I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I think I'm going to stay here for a while so we get a good recording. I want to talk to you about this timeline, this date that you referred to. You applied for a warrant from 12/25 to January 8th of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And when I said 12/25, of course, I meant 12/25/22, correct?
Yes, yeah, 2022.
And when you draft a warrant, you are the one that picks the dates, correct?
Depending on the investigation, it can be yes.
Okay. And you were asked that question, that you applied for the warrant and those were the dates that you requested.
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say, isn't it, that once you began an investigation in a case, and if you learn more information, there's nothing stopping you from going back to a court and applying for a further warrant, correct?
It would depend because the courts have shown that we need to have a specific time frame. So I would need some information to show why I would need to go back to write for an earlier time.
Okay, well, but if you have that further information, nothing stops you from going back to the court and asking for a different warrant that encompasses different time periods.
Yeah, I could.
Okay, now, one of the things is that you don't have any information to tell this jury about of any of the data on the MacBook that originated before December 25th of 2022.
Confused by your question, so sorry. Yeah.
The data that you're telling this jury about today, you've said it a couple of times now, it's limited to 12/25/22 through January 8th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that's the data you're talking to them about, correct?
Yes, I only viewed that information.
You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that you have the entire contents of the MacBook, don't you?
I do have the contents.
And how far in date does the content go back on the MacBook?
I have no idea. I didn't look.
Because you limited your warrant to 12/25/22.
That's correct.
So if you thought as an officer involved in an investigation that there might be some important information that predates 12/25/22, you have every right, and there's a procedure for you to go back to the court and explain to the court why you think there might be more information back before 12/25, and see if you could get a warrant to cover that earlier information.
If I had information showing that there was more, then I could, yes.
And you never did.
I don't believe I had any other information showing that I needed to.
And you didn't have any information that you thought it would be important to your investigation to go back before December 25th, did you?
For my role, that's correct.
Okay. So when we heard about, for instance, this Pornhub search that occurred on 12/27, remember that?
Yes, sir.
And we heard about some other Pornhub reviews like Chattergate, correct?
That's correct.
And something about Miss Bell, correct?
About what?
Miss Bell?
I don't remember it off the top of my head.
I'm sorry, Miss B.
I still don't remember, but okay.
Okay. Do you remember seeing
I don't have that book up here to see it.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Do you remember seeing also a reference in the very same data that you've told the jury about that talked about a movie called, or something called Slade Dominant Scarlet?
I would have to see it, but could I double check it?
Well, this pedestal doesn't work quite right.
I have my copy. If you want to just tell me the page, I can look. If that's
I do apologize. I'm going to give you the page in just a second.
Okay.
I don't know
About
why.
8:32.
Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
What was it? I'm sorry.
8:32.
Oh, record 832. I'm
Record
sorry. I thought you said 832.
It's on page 227.
Thank you. All right. All right, I'm there. And yep.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Sure.
So now I want to focus your attention to record 831
Yes.
on page 226. Do you have that?
I do, sir. Thank you.
And it references something called Slade Dominant Scarlet Straps Cecilia. Right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you didn't testify about that to the jury did you, today on direct examination.
No, I wasn't asked.
Okay. You would agree with, wouldn't you, that when you look at these searches involving Pornhub, that in fact, there's a number of, and I keep referring to them to searches, but let me just ask this. There's a number of web pages that refer to what I'm going to characterize as pornography, correct?
It's about 10.
Right. And am I right to say that cheating wife reference, what's the entire title of the cheating wife reference?
Cheating wife seduces another man to impregnate her. Scarlet Scandal, Seth Gamble, Erotica X, Pornhub.com.
Do you have any idea how that particular porn movie, whatever it is, do you know how it came about?
The only thing I say is that Pornhub was viewed and that video was selected.
Okay. You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that there is no specific search term for cheating wife, is there?
Well, it wasn't in a Google search. It was through Pornhub, so it doesn't record that.
Okay, so your answer is, I agree with you, or yes.
That there's no specific terms listed? That is correct. The video was there. Clicked on.
Because you've already told this jury, and they saw it in a number of examples, that when the user enters a particular search term, the user, that it's a particular word, and then there's generally a plus sign that attaches it to the next search term, correct?
Only in the Google search engine.
Okay. And with regard to this movie Cheating Wife, there is no indication that the term cheating or the term wife or anything else was used to get to that movie.
As I said, I can't view any terms that were put into Pornhub, so it only shows me that search query in Google.
And let me ask you this, part of your investigation, did you ever go and view some of that movie?
No, I did not.
Okay, but you did testify that there were times, like for other searches, you went and followed the document and the links, and you reviewed the document.
That's correct.
But with regard to this movie, you have no idea what this movie is about, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know then, prior to December 25th of 2022, how many times, whoever was looking at the MacBook, how many times they frequented porn movies at Pornhub, do you?
I didn't look at any data prior to December 25th.
Okay. And you don't know how long this person that was looking at this movie, how long they viewed the movie, or if they viewed it at all.
I do. It shows me a time frame of 7 minutes.
Okay, 7 minutes. And how long is the movie?
I have no idea.
So someone started watching that movie, they watched it for 7 minutes, and that was the end of it. Is that your testimony?
That's correct. And then I went to that Slade Dominant Scarlet video.
Okay, and that Slay Scarlet, do you recognize the fact that there is some actress referred to with regards to the cheating wife thing that's also named Scarlet?
That's correct.
So it's fair to say, isn't it, that you have no idea as you sit here today whether the person who is looking at this porn hub video, if they're trying to get access to movies that have perhaps their favorite actress or anything else of the sort, do you?
I don't know who this person is, so I have no idea.
So your answer is no.
That's correct. I don't know.
And quite frankly, Trooper, isn't it fair to say that when you open up some website like Pornhub, it comes open and it has all of these possible selections you can make?
I don't know. I'm not a peruser of Pornhub, but sure it has options.
Okay. So you have no idea what options were presented to the person that opened up this page, do you?
No, I don't.
But yet, it was important enough to include it in the data that you put into that binder?
With the information that we knew, yes.
Okay. And that information, let's just cut to the chase here, is because of the word cheating wife.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so just the fact that there was a phrase involving cheating wife, that to you was something that, okay, let's just include that in all this data and throw it out, correct?
No.
Okay. So you didn't take the time to look to see what the movie was about. I understand that, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't take the time to see if the actor in the other movie, Slay Dominant, whatever, was the same actress in the other one, right?
That's correct.
So you really just said, oh, I see the phrase cheating wife, and so I think that's important, so I'll include it in my data.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. It's a time.
I'll see you at the sidebar, side of the bench.
So, first, my apologies, because I'm afraid that my question is misleading you. Go back. This binder that has been marked as an exhibit contains the entire contents of what you found on the MacBook between the dates of 12/25/22 and January 8th of 2023.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So when I suggested in my question that you, sir, selected certain things, that is completely wrong, isn't it?
That's correct.
Okay. And so I should have used this word. You would agree that you were focused on, by the question, you were focused on the tide of cheating one, correct?
Yes, I was asked that in direct.
Oh, hold on. But you were never focused on direct examination as to the other porn movie, the Slay Dominant or whatever the title is, correct?
That's correct.
And since you decided not to go back prior to December 25th of 2022, you really can't tell this jury how many times and how many different movies were viewed on this MacBook porn.
It's not entirely true.
Because of the 12 visits?
That's correct. So I could look at visits and it could tell me Pornhub was visited. I'm just trying to look here to see how many times. And then it would also tell me, the video would also tell me how many visits. But I'm not sure if that's the entirety of the Spire history or just what I've collected.
Right. You're not sure if it's the entirety of what? Finish that sentence.
The web history that's in the device, yes.
So you just don't know.
That's correct. I didn't go back.
And can I just have a second, Judge?
Sure.
So that sidebar led to him having to come back out and correct himself on the record with regard to his insinuation, at least in cross, that the detective didn't have the whole file.
So I want to ask you now some questions about what you testified to on direct examination.
Okay.
Let's just start with the iPad Mini 13, device number 5. That's been marked as Exhibit 81. You told the jury about the events that you looked at, the event log that you created, correct?
Yeah, so it was an iPhone Mini 6, not a Mini 13. The phone was the Mini 13.
Okay. And well, you told us about Exhibit 81 being locked and unlocked, correct?
Yes, for the iPhone.
Okay. And you told us about
He's got the devices.
how it could be locked or unlocked using either a password or face recognition.
Yes, that's correct.
And how long did it stay unlocked and then locked in the time period that you looked at?
I would have to see the report again, but I believe it's a couple minutes for each.
Okay. And did you ever determine what was being done on the phone during the time it was unlocked?
Again, I'd have to look at the Cellbrite report to see other activity or go through the timeline view to see what the phone was doing. I didn't do a full invest into the phone. Trooper Keefe did.
I see. So Trooper Keefe can tell us about that.
I think so.
All right. It's fair to say that using Cellbrite, the software you told us about, you can create reports that include certain information and exclude other information.
Yes.
And you can create reports, so to speak, with the Cellbrite software that are restricted by date, correct?
That's correct.
And you can do term searches, correct?
Yes.
Well, you can, yeah.
Well, I was thinking my question was going to be if you're doing like an entire phone search or you're just looking, say, messages or web history, because there's different places to search these terms or whatever you're looking for, say a phone number or whatever.
Okay. So you can decide what information you want to look at using Cellbrite, and then whatever information you're looking at, you can dictate what terms you think are important to search for, and then you can search for them.
Yes, if I had specified terms that I need to look for, yes.
And did you do a term search on the MacBook for instance, divorce?
No. For the MacBooks, I didn't do any term searches. I just did my timeline from what was allowed in the warrant.
Are you aware of the fact that, well, let me ask you this. On that MacBook that you told us about sometime, the reference to divorce and all those things we heard on direct examination, that only occurred on 12/27 of 2022. Is that fair to say?
I can only say what I've looked for from that time frame. If anything happened prior, I don't know.
But my question is, what you testified to, the references that you were asked multiple times on direct examination regarding divorce only occurred on 12/27.
That's correct from what I have.
And what was the time period for where all those searches you told us about, referencing divorce, what was the time period?
I don't remember the exact time. I believe it was around 11 o'clock in the morning, but I could be mistaken. I would have to look.
What was the time period that was encompassed that covered the entire divorce searches that you referenced on direct examination?
As I said, I don't know the exact time. Would have to look to see.
And what time did those divorce searches that you referenced in direct examination, what time did they occur?
Again, I'd have to look at the notes to see the exact date and times.
But you would agree they only occurred on 12/27?
I believe that's the one they all happen, yes.
And one of the searches that you told the jury about had to do with something like 10 best states.
I think it was 5, but yes, 5 best states.
Did you take the time to look at those documents that were referred to those searches?
I don't know if I looked at all of the divorce ones. I did look at some.
And you would agree that if someone were to be searching for divorce, they could be searching for the topic of divorce and how divorce might affect protection of family assets. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Could that?
Yes.
It could, yes.
And are you aware, Trooper, as you sit here today, that around that time of December 27th, are you aware of the fact that Brian Walshe and Ana Walshe were talking about the sale of one of their properties?
I did see Zillow searches in the MacBook for apartments in DC, I believe, but I didn't know anything about sales.
Okay, did you ever take the time to examine the phone that belonged to Brian Walshe?
Again, does it,
Has to form.
Is that,
Sustains, specify what you're talking about, counsel.
What are the phones that you examined that were associated to Brian Walshe?
as I said, I only did a cursory look through the iPhone 13 regarding the device events, and that was about it.
So is that, would Trooper Keith know more about that?
Yes, he did most of the mapping. Yes, that's true.
So I guess my next question is, are you aware of text messages between Brian Walshe and Ana Walshe encompassing the dates of December 25th and December 30th of 2022?
No, there were none in the devices that I looked at.
So when you were asked questions about your review of the MacBook and references to the divorce on or around 12/27, you, as you sit here today, you have no idea what was going on in text messages between Ana Walshe and Brian.
That's correct.
And you said you reviewed some of the documents that were associated with the divorce searches. Did you see any documents that specifically reference what states were more beneficial when it comes to fees and the timing for judgment nisi and things like that in the context of a divorce?
Unless it was listed on the webpage, I didn't see any specific searches for that itself.
And did you, as you sit here today, do you recall reading any documents associated with those divorce searches that had to do with protecting assets of family?
No, I looked at these years ago. I haven't looked at them since.
Okay. Those searches that you were asked about on direct examination coming from the MacBook and the data that you extracted, the many searches that had to do with Chase, you recall those questions?
The Chase Bank?
Yes.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that by looking at the data you based your direct testimony on, and you cannot tell at all what specific data was being reviewed.
Again, if I can see the websites listed, sometimes it'll say you're in the accounts dashboard. It could list out, but again, I'd have to see exactly what you're describing.
Cooper, I guess the reason I'm asking, let me ask you this way. Okay. You investigate a case, correct?
Yes.
You're charged with looking at data like this, and you use specialized forensic tools to look at the data, correct?
Yes.
And you're trained to look at the data and try to interpret what the data is, correct?
Yes.
And then you share that information, don't you, with the Commonwealth, correct?
Correct.
And so now you were brought in here as a witness, and you were just asked questions about all of these searches that occurred regarding Chase, correct?
Yes.
And is it your testimony then today that the Commonwealth never sat down with you and said, tell us what you can tell us about what's being looked at on those Chase searches?
I wasn't asked to explain every Chase website to them.
But were you asked a simple question? Can you tell us what the person actually viewed with regards to a Chase account?
Again, if I see the data, I can explain it, but I can't say everything.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
And I'm not.
Yeah. Well, I don't understand your question then.
Well, have you sat down with the Commonwealth in the context of this specific case and those chase searches and tried to explain to them what it is as the digital expert in the case, what was being viewed on the Chase accounts?
Just that Chase had been, the website for the Chase account had been visited.
And that's it.
That's correct.
You would agree with me, wouldn't you, Trooper Greeno, that when someone enters specific search terms, then the browser or the search engine that they're using will generate a number of results, correct?
Yes.
And then the user can click on some of those results or bypass some of those results and just go to some other results.
That's correct.
And when you would agree with me then that when search results appear, they can lead the viewer, the user, to then follow that link and go someplace else, correct?
It's going to be based on the search term, and then it can send you to something similar, but not exactly what you wrote.
And is that what you told the jury about redirect?
That's correct.
And so when a user gets redirected to some other website or something, that's not that's not a result of the user saying, I want to be redirected. That is the software doing it on its own.
Well, the user would have to click on the web page for it to open for them to see it.
Right, but to be redirected, it's the algorithm or whatever is going on that directs the user to some other website.
Again, but it's going to be similar terms to what that were written. It's not like they type in, basketball and they get sent to, something about space.
Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe it's me. I'm not asking. I'm saying someone types in particular search terms, and then the software, the browser, then generates search results.
That's correct.
And at times, the browser and the software redirects the user to something that it thinks, hey, maybe this is what is relevant to what you're looking at.
Yes, that's correct.
And I know that it doesn't talk to the user, but you understand that.
Yes.
And you saw instances of that in your review of the data and the map.
Yes, I don't know the exact number, but there's a handful that I saw.
And Trooper Greeno, when someone is doing a search for something like how to dispose of a body, did you follow that link to the result of that specific query?
Don't know if that specific one, but I did go to many of the ones that were listed.
And so as you sit here today, can you tell the jury then that if you were to put in that particular query, how to dispose of a body, that the results would include things like cemetery names or other things like that?
Well, it would constantly change. So if I did it now, the results would be nothing like they were 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay, and that wasn't my question.
Yeah.
That's fine. Let me ask it again. That if someone was to enter specific search terms like how to dispose of a body, the results could simply be, here, take the body to a cemetery, something like that.
Again, I would have to search it to see. I can't say
So you
definitively.
didn't do that.
For that specific one, no.
And so it's fair to say that when someone is using specific search terms, sometimes you have to add additional terms to get information that might be more helpful to what you're asking about.
So like adding more words? Is that what you're saying? That could be, yes.
So it could be the fact that to get more specific information about, for instance, how to dispose of a body, you would then have to add another search term like murder to get more specific information that you might be looking for.
I can't say.
So you didn't try that either. In the context of your investigation in this case.
Again, this was years ago that I did this, so I have no recollection of it.
Doubt the word dispose would suggest you just want to find a funeral parlor.
But you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that just in a general context, whether we're talking about terms like murder or any other term, sometimes to get more search results, you have to add more terms.
Again, I can't say for certain.
It's too bad he didn't say what I said, but that would have been confrontational. So he's probably better off just sounding neutral.
So you would agree, wouldn't you, that your review of the MacBook data that you extracted, that all of these dark search queries that you were asked specifically on direct examination, that they all occurred only after 4:52 a.m. on January 1st, 2023?
That I was able to see, yes.
When you say able to see,
Well, I didn't have anything going back prior to the 25th, so I only have what was limited via the search warrant, but everything was from the 1st to about, I believe, the 4th.
but we've already been through this.
Yeah.
Let me ask you again. If you wanted to see if there was searches conducted on this MacBook where someone is trying to figure out how to dispose of a body before January 1st of 2023, and you thought that was important to your investigation, once again, you could have gone back and applied for a warrant to see if there were, right?
Well, I'd have to show probable cause for the warrant to show why I would need to go back further than the 25th that I've already written for.
So you had no probable cause then to go back to the court and say, I have reason to believe that someone might have been trying to learn how to dispose of a body prior to January 1st of 2023 at 4:52 in the morning.
Objection.
Overruled.
That would not have been probable cause. How would he have had probable cause for that?
In fact, in all of your examination of the data that you did look at, the data that you chose to limit to 12/25 and January 8th, you saw nothing in the data dating back to 12/25 that indicated any searches that were relevant to how to dispose of a body.
That's correct.
You saw no searches about anything about DNA or anything of the sort.
That's correct.
You saw no searches about how to get rid of blood.
Yes.
You saw no searches about how to use hydrogen peroxide to clean up.
Yes.
Yes, meaning you didn't see any.
Yes, that's correct. I didn't see any.
I don't think this is effective. How about you all? Not just that it's beating a dead horse, but it's emphasizing the bad evidence by suggesting there was other bad evidence that Brian Walshe could have searched for.
But you would agree then, just try to end this particular topic, that if you had what you've referred to this jury here, probable cause that thinks someone had tried to plan murder, you could have gone and applied for a warrant to see if there was data on that map.
Objection.
Sustained.
So do some of you think this is effective? Besides beating a dead horse, which clearly isn't? I just think it's emphasizing the wrong thing. I'm not sure I'd know how to go about it, but I don't like this way.
In your review of the MacBook digital data, did you see anything indicating a search for a man named William Festa?
Yes. Was that on? I believe so.
Do you recall when that search was?
I don't. I believe it was prior to January 1st, if I'm not mistaken.
So you have no recollection as you sit here today that you had a discussion with the Commonwealth about searches specific to William Festa?
Oh, that's correct.
By the way, I understand that these exhibits, these bindings, sometimes they're referred to as reports, but it's a report generated by Sullivan, right?
That's correct. Or Axiom.
Or Axiom.
Yeah.
And regarding a report, you never wrote any report summarizing what it was that you found on the MacBook.
That's correct. I take it directly from the software. That way I don't make any mistakes from transcribing it from one to another.
And is it fair to say that this binder that you have there on this shelf, it's 1,034 pages long?
I believe so.
And it contains many, many entries referred to as records, correct?
Yes.
How many records?
I can tell you in a second.
Mm-hmm.
3,677.
Out of those 3,677 records created in this Celebrate report, can you tell the jury how many of those records are relevant to your investigation specific to this?
The exact number of the records? No, I couldn't.
Can you give us an estimate?
No.
Good for you.
You would agree, wouldn't you, Trooper, that it's a very relatively small amount of those records, those over 3,000 records that have any relevance to the point of the investigation of this case?
No.
Well, then how many records do apply to the investigation of this case?
No. Again, I'd just be guessing, but I think a good portion.
And what's a good portion?
Well, I don't have a specific number.
What's a good portion? Prosecution suggested money.
I got it.
And jealousy.
See at the side of the bench.
And she was the breadwinner, and if she went for a divorce, he'd really be, in trouble because he wasn't able to support himself. So that was part of the explanation. And then RS 4099 said Walsh looks nervous with all this read out. My thought was this is one of the first times then that he's acting intelligently. And Love Giga HC 868 says not effective, but understands that he's trying to counterbalance the state's line. I do too. I agree with you there. It just, I think the continued repetition turns around on him because all he's doing is saying, here are all the bad things that he didn't search for. which only then turns back to the bad things that he did search for. So making the point, I think you're right. Doing it as much as he's doing it, I think turns out to hurt him more than it helps him. And John Smith, Zeolic, I don't know why that's there, but anyway, I agree with you. Everybody should be able to express their opinion without being harassed. Absolutely no question.
3:30 hour. We've done a lot of work today, so I'm going to let you, of course, use the facilities, but I'm also going to send one away for the day and we'll be back ready to work. The weather, I know you guys aren't watching, you're not listening to the news media, so the weather nothing but
We're ending early? Wow.
safe travels home. Before I leave you, I want to remind you, jurors, don't do any research about this case. Continue to be vigilant about not listening to any news media, any social media. Talk to anyone, don't do any research about the case. Continue to have open minds. With those warnings, you're ready to come home for the night. Appreciate your work. See you back. You're ready to work in the morning.
All right, report, please. Close your notebooks.
I wonder if they've got some argument that they've got to handle and they didn't want the jury to be sitting around.
Please be seated. To shut off their water consumption at about 1:45 to make sure we make it through the 2-hour afternoon. I'm joking. List. Does anyone need to raise anything with me this afternoon before we suspend?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So, Kamal, tell me who's on the agenda for tomorrow. We'll finish up with this trooper, and where are we going from there?
So we will have keepers of the records from Uber, Lyft, and JetBlue. We would have Sergeant Reardon from Cohasset PD, who is a K-9 officer. William Foley from U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Michael Kenyon from Swampscott PD. Maybe A.B. Waterman from the Massachusetts State Police. And then I'm trying to determine if we're going to have, based on witnesses' availability, is it going to be Connor Keefe, Davis Gould, and Heather Sullivan? I've been calling her Sutherland for about 2 months now. I apologize. So my hope is that in the next 20 minutes, I'll be able to email counsel and let them know what that lineup will be.
All right.
But I think that would take us easily over a day to accomplish Sullivan, Gould, and Keefe. The others, I think, are very quick and we can get through pretty easily.
So it is actually more important that you're talking to each other than you're telling me what's going on. And I appreciate your continuing efforts to do that and to.
We can alert the clerk too.
Oh, I know. She just saved me from some of the messages. Anyway, it's more important that you're talking to each other.
Yes, sir.
Keeping me informed as I need to be. Anyway, everybody all set?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good night, everyone.
All rise.
Very cut and dried. Everybody all set? Good night. And off she goes. Yeah, I don't know what the weather, I have not looked at the weather report for tonight or tomorrow in that area. So I don't know whether it's snowing or it's not snowing or it's going to snow. I have no idea. There was a question earlier that I noted down about how the defense, I think it was defense and prosecution, both in this trial are differing from the Adelson trial. And in a way it's hard because they're just different cases. But one difference certainly is the prosecutor in Adelson, I think, I'm going to say better, but maybe it's fairer to say different job in terms of paring down the evidence presentation. And I'm thinking not just of the interviews and putting the entire interview in, but the photos that they used, and other things that in the Adelson prosecutions, they pared down their case, I would say in a better way, so that you're not having the jury sit there hearing things that aren't going anywhere. That would be the big difference that I guess, well, there were two big differences, actually. That's one. And here they're more precise about the rules of evidence. In the Adelson trials, the prosecutor has let the defense ask questions that could be objected to and where she might have prevailed. Similarly, the defense in those cases, certainly Daniel Roshbaum in Charlie's prosecution, and even to some extent the two defense lawyers in Donna's prosecution, allowed the prosecutor to ask a lot of what would be clearly leading questions that you're not allowed to do in direct. And here they're being, I think, more precise about it. Not so much in front of us, but it's a different style that I'm suspecting that in these courts in Massachusetts they adhere to, whereas in Tallahassee they don't adhere to it in the same way. Also, the judge is more careful with the objections. You can hear them making an objection. They don't always give the reason. She's not letting them argue a lot of objection in front of the jury. So the jury isn't hearing. I mean, it's a tactic that's used. If you can argue the objection in front of the jury will hear the thing that you say, or that the other side says shouldn't get into evidence. So when you make people go sidebar, or you make them make their objections more tersely, the jury doesn't hear some of that. So those would be, I guess, what I would point to as the differences. They may be more sort of inside baseball than more overarching differences. As to the defendants, I guess they're different, but it seems to me this defendant, Charlie Adelson, Donna Adelson, throw in Sarah Boone, we can go down a list of them, really are self-centered and myopic in their view of things. They're not realistic about how evidence is going to be viewed by others. And that seems to be a really signature characteristic of some of these individuals who've been accused, prosecuted, and convicted of murder. So if you have questions in here and you put little 3 Qs so I can see them, I will try to get to some of them. Otherwise, we will sign off. It's an early day, which, in some ways is nice. I wish it had gone longer because I'm not going to be able to do tomorrow. And I would have liked to hear more today. But it looks like there will be a number of additional law enforcement officers testifying tomorrow. It looks like the whole day may be taken up with different law enforcement officers with regard to the investigation and what they found and where they found it and when they found it and what it means. Foley is the customs officer, and I don't have, I guess, I'm not sure I've got a really good idea of what he is going to be testifying to. At least from what I know of the evidence, I'm not able to guess very well. And Ana Walshe did go to Serbia over Thanksgiving rather than to go home to Brian and the 3 boys. But I don't know any reason why that would connect to a customs officer. It shouldn't have anything to do with Brian Walsh's conviction for the Andy Warhol stuff, because I don't think that went out of the country. And in any event, I don't think it would be admissible here. So if somebody in the chat has a good guess, I would love to see the good guess. But I don't have a good guess, I guess I would say about that. But otherwise, it looks like it's going to be law enforcement talking about the investigation. One thing you can see, and there was someone earlier in the chat, and I apologize for not noting who it was, who said, defense lawyers do this. They're constantly, the investigation fails here, the investigation fails there. And you can see it here because law enforcement did, I think, a really pretty thorough job of, what they were looking at and where they looked and how much they looked, and yet they're still subject to, well, you picked December 25 to January 1. Why didn't you expand and look earlier or look later? And that's a recurring theme in the defense. There's something wrong with the investigation. If you had done it better, if you hadn't been so focused, if you had done it without a bias as to what you needed to find, then you would have found things that might have exculpated or shown you that you were wrong. And that's something that the government will always be susceptible to, because no matter how much you do and how thorough you do it, you still are not going to be able to do everything. It's impossible. And so the defense will always be able to point at something else that you didn't do that you could have done. The one thing I will say is when the defense lawyer is arguing to that, to Guarino, whatever his name is, I think it was Guarino, that you could have, when you looked at December 25 and January 1, not found more. You could then have gotten another search warrant to go back further. And the witness accurately said, but they didn't have probable cause for it. And that's absolutely true. I mean, the only thing he could have said that I can think of that he should have gone back to December 18 or December 1, or you pick the date, is we were looking for X, we didn't find X, and therefore we want to look somewhere else for X. That's not probable cause. So I don't think that would have worked. And I think the officer there, I think did a pretty good job of responding to that. So any cues here? I don't see any cues in... and for those of you who are listening on STS, I'm looking at the chat on Prof. Joe Explained. So if you're putting a question into the STS chat, I'm not seeing it. So I don't know what to do. I don't want to go switch over there, particularly since there may not be any questions there either. Oh, here's one from Kathy Barella 4304, and it's one I can't answer. How long do I think this trial will go? Joel asked me that question before lunch. The judge, I believe, before the trial started, was guessing 2 to 3 weeks. I wouldn't have thought it should last that long, but given the level of detail the Commonwealth is going into whenever it's introducing anything, it may well be longer than I would have thought it would be. And then I just don't know. I haven't seen the witness list for the defense. And so I just can't guess. Get off what I think the Commonwealth's case is. It seems to me this shouldn't be a long trial, but I just can't do any more with that. I will say that she's only going 9 to 4 and taking a half-hour break. It's not as though she's going 8 to 5 or even 8:30 to 5, and that will add up in days because 9 to 5, 5 days, you're losing 2 hours a day if you're only going, or 8 to 5, 5 days, you're losing 2 hours a day over 5 days, 10 hours, you're in a day and a half more of trial on her schedule. So that is the best I can do. And you got math from me. And if any of you think the math was wrong, have at it. I think it was right, but I wouldn't put any money on it. So thank you all for being here. Here's a question. Why 4 alternates, not 2? I guess just to be safe, because the last thing you want is, say you only had 2 alternates. The last thing you want is to have a problem with 2 alternates and then have a third problem come up. Because now you either have to get the consent of both sides, the prosecutor and the defense, to go with 11, or you have to have a mistrial and retrial the whole thing. So although it's more of an imposition on the body politic at large to take 16 rather than 14, I think I would be comfortable all the time with having a couple more just in case. Here, it may be that because of the notoriety of this trial, the judge wants to be extra careful that you won't have jurors who even innocently are, affected by happening to see a story or a podcast or something, or hear conversation about the case. That doesn't happen in a lot of cases. It's not publicized. People don't know about it. So here I think it's probably simply extra caution, and I think that's probably a good idea. So try this. Somebody's suggesting 3 red question marks for questions. I thought there was a question there and it was only being helpful. So thank you, YB 1962, for helping out there. I don't see any questions. I'll be on at 5 with a recap. Joel is going to have a show at 7. I'll be one of the guests there. And his might be interesting for you because you've heard me all day. And not that I want to discourage you from 5. I mean, I'd love to have you come on at 5, particularly if after you think about it and you have questions. But he'll have a couple of other people there who will have fresh eyes on this, and certainly may be able to offer a perspective that I have not. Otherwise, I will miss you all tomorrow, but I hope the trial goes well, and the evidence proceeds quickly, and that you enjoy it, learn a lot, and find it very, very interesting. And with that, I will see you either at 5 tonight or 7 tonight or both, and then at 9 on Thursday. So ciao a tutti, ciao, proffers out there. And for the mods that have been helping out, I will thank you once I get a chance to figure out how one interacts with mods. I'm sure it's probably very easy, and I know I need to do better, but this is the first day I've even had your assistance. So thank you very, very much. And I will do better, certainly going forward with you all. So ciao a tutti again. This is Prof. Joe at Prof. Joe Explains. Good night.